Good early morning to those in the Mariana Islands, and good early morning as well to those in the Philippines, as well as portions of China and Taiwan, and even portions of Japan. Today we're going to be mainly focusing on Super Typhoon Bavi. Let me share this stream and start it on other platforms, then we'll get right started into it. Just share this over to here. Get that there. Alright, so going to be starting that up. Seems like it's working on Facebook as well. And then we'll start with it. Let me just make sure the chat is going to be on this right there. Hopefully the thumbnail is correct. There we go. Hello, honey. I see you in the chat. Hope you are doing good. Okay. Well, let's get started into it. Yes, I see Mammerge as well. Hello. Hope you're doing good. Let me make sure everything is all how it's supposed to be. And then we'll get started. This is going to be quite a long stream today. Cool, that just doesn't want to load for me, so I'm going to have to do it on my phone. Then we'll get started into it. Alright, okay, never mind, now it's loaded. Okay. Things should be working. There we go, yes, Mammerds, RJ, Dark Steve, I see you all in the chat. I hope you are doing fine. Alright, so now let's get started into it. Super Typhoon Bavi has made landfall on the island of Rota here. We can see the island of Rota completely encapsulated in that eye. The system is now going to be moving off towards the west, and the island of Rota is going to be starting to see those winds shift from the northerly direction, now coming from the westerly direction, as that southern portion of that eye wall starts moving back on shore. They are in the eye as of right now, and they are under an extreme wind warning for at least the next 30 minutes. We'll likely see that extended, though. And, of course, typhoon warnings for the rest of the major Northern Mariana Islands. Let's start off by showing the forecast over the next 5 days here. In terms of what's expected in terms of the forecast track, it is currently a Category 5 super typhoon. It is expected to weaken down to a Category 4 over the next 12 hours as it undergoes that eye wall replacement cycle. Will still likely be a super typhoon during the next 12 to 24 hours, a high-end Category 4. Let's make sure this is still working. Yes. Okay, drop frames. A lot of drop frames. Okay. Let me know if this is going, if the stream is running smoothly, please, because I don't know how it's working. Anyways, after that, the system is then going to be moving off towards the west still, and then re-intensifying into a Category 5 super typhoon. Once again, after that, it will start to gradually weakening as its size is just too much to allow for it to sustain itself down to a Category 4 by the time we get to day 2.5 and day 3. After that, the system will continue to weaken down to a Category 3 by day 4 and down to a Category 2 by day 5. All right, thank you, Memords, for confirming that it is working. Then in terms of impacts that the system is expected to bring, well, marginal impacts are expected across much of the Mariana Islands. And then in terms of the Philippines are also expected to see some impacts from this system here. In terms of those impacts, well, the southwestern portions of Mindanao are included in those marginal impacts category, as well as the Negros Island region and western Visayas is in that marginal impact category. Moving on to the northern portions of the Philippines, that does include the western coast of Luzon, and it now does include Metro Manila. Metro and Manila are expected to see impacts from this super typhoon as it enhances that southwesterly monsoon. And of course, the entire island of Mindoro is expected to see at least marginal impacts. Portions of the Bicol region and around Masbate could be seeing some marginal impacts as well. Let me change this to this over here. And then looking farther north here, in terms of the Ryukyu Islands of Let's see, yeah. The Ryukyu Islands of Japan, some of them could see at least marginal impacts, and also portions of eastern China. This does, I believe, include Shanghai now, are expected to see at least some marginal impacts, and the entirety of Taiwan are expected to see marginal impacts, and the Ryukyu Islands, or the Sekishima Islands, excuse me, and the Batanes Islands in the Philippines also are all expected to see marginal impacts. Now, what does that mean? Well, marginal impacts. Expect minor tropical impacts with brief periods of gusty winds and some rain. A few branches may come down, and minor street flooding is possible. Stepping it up now to the slight impact category, that's going to be anything you see in that yellow coloring. That is going to be including the western portion of the Negros Island region in the Philippines, as well as the western portions of western Visayas, mainly around Antique, and the western portions of Mindoro, and far northeastern Palawan there is also going to be in that slight impact category. In terms of the Mariana Islands, it does include a majority of them: Guam, of course, Rota, Tinian, Saipan, all in that slight impact category. And it does include the southwestern Ryukyu Islands, the Sakishima Islands, eastern Taiwan, as well as portions of far eastern China, all expected to see slight impacts from this super typhoon. Now, what does that mean? Slight impacts. Well, noticeable storm conditions with gusts capable of knocking down tree limbs and causing power outages. Localized flooding may affect low spots. Slight impacts aren't the only impacts that are expected from this system, though, as moderate impacts are going to be expected, of course, currently ongoing in Guam, as well as Tinian and Saipan, and of course, above that threshold for Rota. There are moderate impacts now expected for the entirety of the Sakishima Islands, as it could be rolling through as a typhoon strength system. Major impacts are currently going on in the island of Rota, but they are also possible for the Sakishima Islands. Now, what does that mean, moderate or major impacts? Well, first have moderate impacts. What's going to be happening right now in Guam, Tinian, and Saipan? Damaging winds may snap trees and tear weaker roofs. Flooding of neighborhoods and small rivers are possible, making some roads impassable. This could also be happening for the Sakishima Islands in Japan. Now, major impacts are possible in the Sakishima Islands, but are ongoing right now, at least in Rota. And this means that severe winds can cause large-scale structural damage and long-lasting power and communication outages, life-threatening flooding in vulnerable areas. Now, in terms of catastrophic and extreme impacts, that is currently going on in the island of Rota. So in terms of the impacts that they could be seeing right now in Rota as we speak, catastrophic winds can destroy buildings and severely impact infrastructure for weeks or longer. Flooding may be unsurvivable and recovery could take months. We've already seen what kind of impacts a major typhoon can do to Tinian and Saipan, so these impacts are likely significantly worse, as this is making landfall as a Category 5 super typhoon. So again, that's a look at the forecasted impacts during the next 5 days. After the 5-day range, though, it does seem like the system will be pushing inland into Shanghai and China, and it could also be delivering impacts to portions of Korea. We'll get to that in the later part of the stream. And again, if you have any questions about this system or other systems like the following system that could bring some impacts to the Philippines, you can always ask that in the chat, and I will answer them towards the later part of this update. Moving on to the broad view of tropics, not just the Western Pacific, we do have a fair amount going on. In the Eastern Pacific, we have the remnants of Douglas moving off towards the west and should be dissipating soon. In the Western Pacific, we have the tropical storm Maysak, which is still holding on to tropical storm strength as it moves through eastern portions of China. We, of course, have Super Typhoon Bavi as a Category 5 moving off to the west. And we do have an area of interest here with a 40% chance of tropical development during the next 7 days. That is to the south of the Mariana Islands. And I have marked it as an area to watch there, as it could become a typhoon during the next 10 days. It does seem like this system will be curving off towards the north before it reaches the Philippines, but it will likely be enhancing that southwesterly monsoon again. In terms of the North Indian Ocean, we do have two disturbances going on, one in the western portions of India with a 30% chance of tropical development, and one in portions of eastern and northern portions of India, and even southern portions of Nepal here, with a 50% chance of developing into something tropical. We are currently code black, the highest code level for Super Typhoon Bavi, which means updates every day. All right, let me just check this. Okay, good, that is working as well. So now let's go over the preparedness checklist. Again, you can take a screenshot of this if you're in portions of the Sakishima Islands in Japan, or Ryukyu Islands, or even Taiwan. We are within 5 days of seeing impacts there. So what you should be doing is just checking forecast daily. If you're subscribed to the channel, you can already check that box off. You're checking back for daily updates to know where the system's going to be going. Has it shifted north? Has it shifted south? Restocking essentials. That includes food, water, paper towels, batteries, and medications. Review your evacuation zone routes. Know where you're going to go if you're told to evacuate. And remove loose debris. Once we get into around 3 days from impacts, that will likely be by tomorrow. This is what you should be working on: washing clothes and dishes, backing up important documents, and cleaning gutters and storm drains. As we get further in time, though, around 2 days out from today, 48 hours out before the system reaches you, charge all devices, move valuables to higher ground, begin securing outdoor items, and prepare a safe room with supplies and bedding. Then as we get further in time, we'll be increasing those preparations. That's if confidence is increasing. That's the system will be delivering major impacts to these Sakishima Islands. And remember, if you haven't already, please consider subscribing to the channel. Wait, is this not working? That's strange. Okay, well, that just stopped. Apologies for that. This should be working again. All right, so again, in terms of, don't forget to subscribe to the channel, as I'm trying to hit 7,000 subscribers by the time this storm is done. You can follow me on one of these other social media platforms as well to get the latest updates on terms of the forecast cone, things like that. I did want to go through the typhoon warning that has been, of course, updated by the National Weather Service in Guam. See if this is still running smoothly. No, it's kind of struggling a bit. Sorry about that. Go through. I guess I'm going to have to pull it up on my phone since it doesn't seem like it wants to cooperate. No, that is live. Okay. All right, let's move through the typhoon warning that has been updated again by the National Weather Service in Guam. It says catastrophic Category 5 Super Typhoon Bavi moving west-northwest towards the Marianas. New information: damaging winds are ongoing in Guam, Rota, Tinian, and Saipan and the surrounding coastal waters. So, of course, typhoon warning continues for Guam, Rota, Tinian, and Saipan, and a tropical storm warning remains in effect for Alamagan, and a tropical storm watch is in effect for Pagan and Agrahan. Coastal flood warning remains in effect for Guam, Rota, Tinian, and Saipan, and a high surf warning as well as a flood watch are in effect for those regions as well, with the flood watch in effect for all of the northern Marianas. All right, in terms of storm information, give me one moment. Back, sorry about that. Okay. Hopefully I did not make this too loud. All right. So storm information. Maybe that's a little bit loud here. I'm going to storm information. Okay. Maybe this is a little bit better in terms of volume. Well, storm information as of 1 a.m. tomorrow Standard Time, the center of Super Typhoon Bavi was located near latitude 13.7 degrees north, longitude 146.5 degrees east. This is around 115 miles east of Guam. Storm motion was west 270 degrees at 10 miles per hour, and the storm intensity was at 180 miles an hour, Super Typhoon Category 5 intensity. In terms of the situation overview, Super Typhoon Bavi was nearly maxed out the T-number scale for an intense tropical cyclone can get. This devastating Category 5 tropical cyclone could hit any of the Mariana Islands at this time. The most likely for a direct hit looks like it might be Rota. And again, we're seeing that right now as it's making a catastrophic blow to the island of Rota. All right, in addition to catastrophic wind damage, Bavi could end up packing storm surge damage, run-up damage, and beach erosion. So preparedness during the storm: stay inside and away from windows. Do not venture outside when high winds are occurring or during temporary lulls, as flying debris can easily and suddenly cause serious injury. Have a well-charged cell phone nearby, keeping network communications as open as possible for emergencies. Closely monitor NOAA weather radio or other local news outlets, such as the channel here, for official storm information. Listen for possible changes to the forecast. Next update will be issued at around 9 a.m. or sooner if conditions warrant. Well, very dangerous conditions are occurring now. Go to the safest place within your home or shelter and stay there. Be ready to protect your head and body in case your shelter fails. Wind information. Catastrophic Category 5 typhoon force winds will continue through early this afternoon. Winds are not forecast to fall below typhoon force until early this afternoon and below tropical storm until tonight after midnight. Catastrophic damage is expected near passage of the storm center. If Bavi tracks near or over the island, collapse of substandard non-concrete reinforced structures will put lives at risk. Severe injury or death is likely for all persons, pets, and livestock struck by wind-blown debris. Most of the area will be uninhabitable for weeks, perhaps longer. Many non-concrete, non-reinforced homes will be destroyed with total roof failure and wall collapse. Most industrial buildings and low-rise apartment buildings of substandard construction will be severely damaged or destroyed. Considerable structure damage to large buildings is likely. Nearly all trees will be snapped or uprooted and power poles downed. Fallen trees and power poles will isolate residential areas, and power outages will last for weeks to possibly months. Long-term water shortages will exacerbate hardship. In terms of coastal inundation and surf information, coastal storm surge could reach up to 6 feet with another 10 to 15 feet of wind and wave-driven run-up. Additionally, surf could reach peak heights of between 25 and 35 feet as Bavi passes to the north this morning. Other storm effects, well, of course, that flood watch is in effect for the entire area. See the latest forecast for latest information. Listen for possible flood warnings in your location, as there is a flash flood warning in effect for Rota, Guam, and of course Tinian and Saipan. Satellite-based estimates indicates total rainfall amounts between 14 and 20 inches possible during the passage of Super Typhoon Bavi, especially near the center of the system. These profoundly intense showers and thunderstorms are likely to produce flash flooding and potential mudslides over the next 12 to 36 hours. You can see the flood watch is also in effect as flooding is already occurring. And the extreme wind warning is in effect for the island of Rota. Let's go over this one. As of 6:29 a.m., so this was around 2 hours ago, Doppler radar indicated catastrophic winds associated with eyewall passage of Super Typhoon Bavi approaching from the east are imminent over the entirety of Rota. This is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. Take cover now. Venturing outside can result in death from flying projectiles. Unreinforced structures will be destroyed. Utility poles and associated power lines will be down, posing a risk to life. Do not venture out into the relative calm of the eye as it passes over the area. Extreme winds will soon return on the backside of Super Typhoon Bavi, and the locations included are the entirety of the island of Rota. Again, preparedness, widespread destructive winds in excess of 150 miles per hour are expected. Take cover now. Treat these imminent extreme winds as if a tornado was approaching and move immediately to the safe room in your shelter. Take action now to protect your life. The safest place to be during this situation is in a reinforced interior room away from windows. Get under a table or other piece of sturdy furniture. Use mattresses, blankets, or pillows to cover your head and body. Remain in place through the passage of these life-threatening conditions. So that's a look at the extreme wind warning. Of course, a flood watch is in effect as 12 to 20 inches of additional rainfall could be dumped in the Mariana Islands. Coastal flood warning is also in effect due to the storm surge threats. Looking at the storm surge threat here, I believe they said it could be up to around 10 feet in some areas of Rota. Oops, that's not Rota. Let me go down south to Rota here. Fortunately, a 10-foot storm surge would not be bringing really any impacts along the coastal areas of Rota. In terms of the satellite imagery, the visible satellite imagery shows a very well-defined eye. This is as good as it really gets for major typhoons here. Solid eye moving over the island of Rota as we speak, moving off towards the west. They're about to get hit by the backside. Overall, we can see a nice banding feature on the southern and eastern sides, and we will start to be seeing potential eyewall replacement cycle begin over the next few hours. See that on infrared imagery as well, with the system wobbling quite a bit. It has wobbled just to the north of the island of Rota, at least the center of the storm, but they are still in that eye. You can see also decent banding feature on the western and southeastern sides of the system. In In terms of the environmental conditions the system is going to be under during the next week or so, well, the waters are going to be very warm right now, with them being around 29 to 30 degrees Celsius. This will allow for the system to re-intensify, potentially to an even stronger system as we get forward to the next, again, 2 to 3 days out. After that, though, the system will be hooking off towards the north, entering into cooler waters of around 28 to 29 degrees Celsius by the time it makes landfall in mainland China. After that, if it shifts off east towards the East China Sea, those waters are a lot cooler, in the mid-20s in terms of those water temperatures in Celsius. Other environmental factors are going to be starting to degrade, with some vertical wind shear impacting the system and entering that moderate category over the next 2 to 3 days. After that, though, by the time it starts nearing Taiwan or the Sakishima Islands of Japan, shear will begin to decrease again. Regardless, though, of the forecast, sea surface temperatures are going to be very warm, and dry air will not be a threat to the system. Now let me drink some water, and then we'll move on to the 10-day forecast in the Western Pacific Basin. So again, if you haven't already, please consider subscribe to the channel, as I'll be doing updates on the system as time goes on. And it helps you stay informed on other systems that could be threatening the Philippines, Japan, Taiwan, all those locations. And it helps the channel out a lot to help give more information to those people. All right. Now, moving on to the forecast over the next 10 days in the Western Pacific, we can see Tropical Storm Maysak moving inland into portions of eastern China. And we can see, of course, Super Typhoon Bavi moving through the Mariana Islands. In terms of shear for the system, Maysak is starting to get hit with some of that southwesterly shear, but Super Typhoon Bavi is looking amazing in terms of its outflow. Amazing easterly outflow out here going off towards the west. In terms of the steering mechanisms for both of our systems here, we can see a ridge of high pressure in the northern portions of the Philippine Sea over the Ryukyu and Sakishima Islands of Japan. And then we can also see a ridge off towards the northeast of the system. This one is going to be the dominant one, this western one. Now, normally a trough like here, if it was stronger, it would be allowing for the system to get out. But as it's not on that stronger side, it's not really going to allow for it to escape. If the ridge of high pressure did remain in place, the system would be plowing into the northern portions of Luzon, but we should see this creep up towards the north, away from the Ryukyu and Sakishima Islands of Japan, allowing for it to pass through there. Maysak is going to be moving along the periphery of that ridge as it's being dragged by a trough of low pressure over eastern China. Now let's move on to 24 hours out from now. What is it looking like? Well, Super Typhoon Bavi continuing to move now into the Philippine Sea. The remnants of Maysak are now approaching Shanghai in China. In terms of wind shear for the system, is mainly Super Typhoon Bavi. Great outflow that is blowing off all the convection over to the Philippines. Should see a very healthy band of convection, potentially even a death band starting to approach the Philippines. In terms of the steering mechanisms for the system, the ridge is going to be building back to the north here, but it is starting to retreat again off towards Japan, and the ridge off towards the east and northeastern portions of the system is also starting to strengthen. Again, the main steering mechanisms is going to be this high pressure right here. It's going to be creeping towards it. It's going to be mostly moving off towards the west, but we could see a slight shift off to the north as it starts retreating, as that high pressure starts retreating away from the system. Now, by around 48 hours out from now, the system will likely still be a super typhoon in terms of its intensity, and that ridge of high pressure, both of them have combined out over here. We can see it starting to allow for a little bit of an escape opportunity to head towards Taiwan and the Sakishima Islands of Japan. And this other broad area of low pressure is going to be riding on the southern edge of that same ridge, moving off towards the west. Take a look at shear for both of the systems. That one's going to be quite high, but in terms of Super Typhoon Bavi, very low shear, amazing outflow heading towards the Philippines. Then looking at the overall surface circulation, we can see a clear difference between a super typhoon and just a low pressure area right over here. Moving on now, this would be day 4 days out from now. Super Typhoon Bavi is likely weakening, or no, this is 3 days out, excuse me. Super Typhoon Bavi is now likely weakening down to a low end Category 4, and we got two other low pressure areas that we are watching out for, tropical waves out there in the tropical western Pacific. So in terms of shear for all systems, they are getting heavily sheared from the east in terms of both tropical waves, but Super Typhoon Bavi, again, under a perfect upper level anticyclone, allowing for the system to still maintain its intensity. In terms of the steering mechanisms by day 3 here, that ridge of high pressure is going to be starting to retreat from areas around the Sakishima and Ryukyu Islands of Japan, retreating off to the northeast, allowing for the system to plow into this would be the Sakishima Islands of Japan, potentially hook off towards Korea. That's at least the pattern by day 3. Moving on now to day 4, we can see Typhoon Bavi beginning to weaken, likely down to a Category 3 at this point. We have both tropical waves out over here in the tropical Westpac, with that other one starting to consolidate a little bit more. In terms of shear for both systems down here, both of them are getting some heavily easterly shear. But we can also see Super Typhoon Bavi is now going from some outflow to the west, now seeing some outflow to the north as it starts hooking up with that jet stream off towards portions of Japan, which could allow for the system to, again, have a jet interaction and potentially maintain intensity even longer. Great in terms of low wind shear right now. Then in terms of the steering mechanism, that ridge of high pressure does strengthen a bit just south of the island of Japan, but it really builds up over the Mariana Islands, as we can see through here, just allowing for that other broad area of low pressure to slow down a bit and just move due west. In terms of Typhoon Bavi at this point, it is going to be moving towards eastern portions of China, may not even make landfall based on this pattern. We'll have to see how it trends. In terms of the 5-day forecast there, the ridge of high pressure does back off a little bit more to the east, but checking in at our other tropical systems here, we can see that that low pressure system south of the Mariana Islands is starting to consolidate a bit more, but that other tropical wave far to the east by the international dateline isn't seeing much in terms of organization. Typhoon Bavi has passed through the Sakishima Islands of Japan at this point and is approaching, this would be now the eastern portions of China. Both of our low pressure systems are being heavily sheared, but Typhoon Bavi, still amazing upper level anticyclone there underneath the center. Great outflow shielding off it's getting pushed off towards Japan. And we can see the other upper level anticyclone right down here, helping to funnel it off towards the Philippines. In terms of the wind pattern at this point, I did want to discuss that briefly. Oops. If this loads here. We should see the southwesterly monsoon enhance quite significantly by around day 5 as the system starts pushing off towards China. Yep, we can see it right here. As the system's over here, we can see the broad circulation like this. And then that outer portions of the circulation is starting to bring that southwesterly monsoon across the southwestern portions of the Philippines. We can see our other two little disturbances down here. This one's now consolidated with a decent low-level center of circulation, just not that tight. And I think I already touched on the steering mechanisms, but if not, let me just go back to this. Whoops, seeing some internet connections. My apologies. Moving on to this here. Let's see if I can get this to work. All right. Okay, well, it's struggling to load, so I apologize for that. Yeah, not really working here. Let me just answer a quick question here, if I see it. So, a very random question, but what do you think is the strongest South Pacific storm in your opinion? Not quite sure. I see people say Winston, so yeah, probably going to be Winston. All right, here we go. Now we can look at the steering mechanism. Again, that ridge does strengthen off to the east, allowing for the system to push closer and closer to mainland China. The ridge of high pressure does weaken a little bit by the Marianas, which does allow for the system to move a little bit on the west-northwesterly trajectory. Moving on now to day 6 here, the system Typhoon Bavi does move through China, including portions of Shanghai. In terms of our other low pressure area, it is starting to get a bit better organized now just a solid area of low pressure. Just the question is that center tight enough? Is that circulation tight enough to really allow it to be classified as a tropical cyclone? Just going to briefly check it on here. Probably not. Probably not yet at this point. Shear, though, it's lowering as it's pretty close to an upper-level anticyclone. In terms of Bavi, though, that upper-level anticyclone is beginning to weaken. But overall, not seeing a whole lot of shear. It's in an area of low wind shear right throughout here in portions of eastern China. Moving on to the steering mechanisms for both systems here. Typhoon Bavi, the ridge off to the east, is now starting to break apart from the other ridge to the east of the Marianas. We can see a trough out over Mongolia that's starting to move off towards the east, which could pick up the system. Overall, it's going to be still tracking to the north at this time. Our other broad area of low pressure is going to be also moving off towards the west-northwest on the southern edge of that ridge, and this other tropical wave is just going to be moving off towards the west as well. Moving on now to day 7. Right here, we can see that Bavi may still be a tropical cyclone at this point as it enters the East China Sea. The problem, though, is those waters are going to be quite cool, which should allow for it to quickly transition into a post-tropical cyclone. Briefly want to mention to those who are just joining the stream, don't forget to subscribe if you haven't. Or whoops, a little bit slow here on the terms of connection speed. My apologies for that. Get this going back up. Again, seeing a lot of people entering the stream. Again, if you have any questions about the system or other systems that could be impacting you, you can always ask them in the chat, and I will answer them towards the later part of the updates. Jeez, lag here. And if you haven't already, please consider subscribing, as this helps out the channel lots, and it helps keep you informed on future systems that could be impacting the area, as I'm going to be doing live streams every day on this system, potentially, up until it makes landfall, and potentially Taiwan. I don't think the Batanes Islands are going to see a landfall, but even the Sakishima and Ryukyu Islands of Japan, or even portions of China, that could see a landfall. Okay, hopefully connection gets a little bit better. So by day 7, again, we could be seeing now a new tropical cyclone develop in the Philippine Sea. This is Typhoon Bavi, by the way, if you're just joining stream. This is 7 days out from now. The system's going to be tracking somewhat in this kind of pattern. So that's Super Typhoon Bavi, where it's going to be ending up likely during the next 7 days. But we will be seeing another area of low pressure develop in the Philippine Sea. Could become a typhoon. We'll get over that as we get further on in time. In terms of shear for both systems for day 7, we can see Bavi is in an environment of low wind shear, and it is also located underneath this point. It's not really much of an upper-level anticyclone anymore. But in terms of that other broad area of low pressure, or that other tropical cyclone in the Philippine Sea, this one looks to be located underneath an upper-level anticyclone, which basically allows for lower vertical wind shear, which will allow for the system to blossom. And we'll see that here as we get. Let's go first through the steering mechanisms. Where's that system going to be going? Is it going to be moving through the Philippines? Is it going to be moving off towards the north here? In terms of steering mechanisms for this would be day 7. Whoops, here, let me try and get the strong tool to work here. You can see a ridge of high pressure just east of China and over portions of southern Japan here. We also got another ridge of high pressure just to the east of the Marianas. As this system starts to retreat, as this high pressure retreats, that's going to be allowing for the system to slowly move to the north. It's acting as a little bit of a blockade for it. It wants to curve to the north, also under the influence of this little trough, but it also wants to keep going west towards the Philippines, so it doesn't know what to do, and so it stalls. In terms of Bavi, this system is going to be moving along the periphery of that ridge, moving off towards the Korean Peninsula. Let's go on now to day 8. Where are all these systems expected to be by day 8? Whoops. Here's a look at day 8. We can see Bavi now does merge with a frontal boundary over portions of North Korea, but our tropical storm down in the Philippine Sea does likely consolidate into a severe tropical storm by day 8. We can see another broad area of low pressure beginning to develop by, whoops. Another broad area of low pressure starting to develop. This would be by the, all right, please work. There we go. Another broad area of low pressure could start to consolidate by Micronesia and just to the southeast of the Mariana Islands, right down here. In terms of shear for both of these systems, as Bavi is now gone, we're going to be paying attention to these two. Well, this area of low pressure here, this severe tropical storm at this point, does have great outflow and very low shear. In terms of that other low pressure area, it does have a little bit of a higher amount of shear. All right, and then moving forward now, this would be day 9. Well, we could be seeing that other, or actually, whoops, let me go back to day 8 to discuss the steering pattern. Then we'll get on to the conditions on day 9. We can see here, there's the ridge of high pressure now beginning to build even further in portions of the Ryukyu and Sakishima Islands of Japan, which is allowing for the system to slow down as it's pretty much running towards a brick wall. And another ridge of high pressure off to the east, not really allowing for it to escape off to the northeast. Then moving on now, this would be to day 9. Where is the system expected to be? Could already be a typhoon by day 9. European AI model run thinks so. At this point, we can see the other low pressure area starting to consolidate a bit more now. For wind shear on day 9, that upper level anticyclone starting to become a lot more prominent over the system in the Philippine Sea. That typhoon at this point, as it hooks off to the north, but shear is continuing to impact portions of this would be the of that other low pressure system by Micronesia. Again, if you haven't already, please consider subscribing to the channel, as I do updates like this pretty frequently when a system is approaching the Philippines or anywhere really in the Western Pacific Basin. Moving on now to the steering mechanisms or steering patterns over day 9. We can see the two ridges that are dominating the area, one off moving a little bit to the west at this point, away from portions of Japan. But this other ridge just to the southeast is also blocking it from going off towards the northeast. So overall, the system's trying to go north, but it's running into, again, that brick wall. So it doesn't want to, it's not able to really push through it. It's not strong enough to break that ridge. And then moving on finally to day 10, what is it looking like for both of these systems? Still a typhoon, likely a, let's see here what the Euro AI thinks, Category 1 or Category 2 strength typhoon at this point in the Philippine Sea, starting to move a little bit off towards the west at the end of that model run. In terms of shear for both of our systems, it's starting to ease up on that system by Micronesia. But man, that upper level anticyclone is now becoming well defined over that typhoon. Should be seeing the system blossom quite a bit, unless it runs into the upwelling of Super Typhoon Bavi, which could be possible. And then the steering mechanisms for this system, that ridge of high pressure is continuing to weaken and move off towards the west, which is allowing it to try and move off towards the north and potentially escape off towards Japan here. Unfortunately, though, that ridge of high pressure is just barely strong enough where it does keep the system moving off towards the west, at least on this model run. And then it eventually impacts portions of China there, which were heavily impacted or which could see heavy impacts from Super Typhoon Bavi. And then we can see another system. This would be a fourth system that could try and develop by the Marianas and then eventually head off towards the west. It's a bit far out to be discussing that system, but that is definitely a signal. Here, so we got 1, 2, 3, and then 4 systems that we're watching in the Western Pacific Basin. All right, now talking about the timing of impacts from certain areas, let's start off with the Marianas. Again, as of right now, we can see already those heavy impacts happening for the island of Rota. They are in the calm eye, but they are about to get hit with some more catastrophic impacts on the eastern portions of that eyewall as it starts moving inland. In terms of the major impacts, though, how long is that expected to go on? Well, major impacts are expected to go on until at least this would be probably, or major impacts should be ending by around 1 p.m. this afternoon, tomorrow's standard time. Those typhoon force winds will likely be easing up by around 4 p.m. in the afternoon and towards the evening hours. Those storm force winds should be leaving by around 7 p.m. tonight. And those gale force winds, will have to do a zoomed out view to figure out when that's going to be ending. for the Marianas. But I'd be expecting during the overnight hours, maybe past midnight is when those gale force winds will be ending. But let's take a look at the HAFS A model run. Looks like around, after midnight, by around 1 a.m. tomorrow, it seems like that's when those gale force winds finally stop for portions of the Mariana Islands. Moving forward now, when gale force winds could be impacting portions of the Philippines, seems like earliest at the 9th during the afternoon hours. This would be on Thursday during the afternoon hours for the far northeastern portions of Luzon, maybe the Babuan Islands and the Batanes Islands. We can see that tropical storm force winds, at least on the HAFS A model run, start impacting the Sekishima Islands as early as the 10th during the overnight early morning hours, like at around 2 a.m. or so. Taiwan could be seeing those gale force winds happen as early as this would be Friday morning and towards the afternoon hours. Some of those storm force winds could be happening. This would be during Friday night, and same with those typhoon and major typhoon force winds if it were to make landfall on the northern portions of Taiwan. Get another sip of water. All right. Now, in terms of when those impacts could be ending, in terms of the Philippines, they're going to be seeing impacts beyond the 5-day range, and you can see that right here with that southwesterly monsoon dumping heavy rainfall across the region. So it's likely not going to be finished just after the system moves through. We can see those rainfall amounts really tick up across the western Philippines. Some areas get up to, for example, 300 millimeters of rain, at least from the HAFS A model. And looking at the air in terms of what it's going to be looking like here, how dry is it going to be? Is it going to be moist? We can see that the system is dragging some dry air off away from portions of eastern China, and it is going to be quite dry for portions of the northern Philippines thanks to the system. But we will be seeing the southwesterly monsoon really get enhanced. You can see it right here. Overall, the relative humidity, it gets very humid, a lot of moisture impacting the central Philippines, and we will be seeing that shifting towards the northern Philippines, including Luzon here, towards the later part of this run here. Very moist across the entire environment. Several water values, I don't know if it actually shows it on here. Nope, but overall, just a very, very moist environment there. This is, as again, the system is expected to bring dry air across the northern Philippines. Then it really gets kicking with that southwesterly monsoon, dumping buckets of heavy rainfall across the southern half of the Philippines. All right, now moving on to the Google AI DeepMind ensembles, what they are predicting to happen out of this system. Oops. Apologies for this slow connection. As of this time, only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Around 15 ensemble members were predicting a landfall on the island of Rota, as in the center actually going over it. But I'd say a lot of them showed where it's going right now. Like around 60% of the ensemble members have accurately predicted what was going to happen with the system. So let's see later on down the road. In terms of Taiwan landfall, I'm seeing around 3 of them predicting that, so around a 6% chance that it makes landfall in Taiwan. In terms of the Sakishima Islands of Japan, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Over here, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 of the ensemble members. So that's around a 34% chance that it does make landfall in the Sakishima Islands of Japan. The Ryukyu Islands are less than a 2% chance. In terms of landfall probabilities in mainland China, we can now look at that here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. The ensemble mean 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. Up over here. 39 of the ensemble members are predicting a landfall, so that's around a 78% chance that it does make landfall in China. In terms of Korea, though, those probabilities are likely roughly the same. The ensemble mean does have it going through North Korea. Moving on to the peak intensity, it's probably at its peak intensity, at least during the next, during the next like 5 days or so. Ensemble means are agreeing that this is its peak right now. Some of them are showing it could get a little bit stronger, but that's going to be just during the next 12 hours or so. Some of the peaks, though, are just slightly a little bit farther ahead of time right now. But a majority of them do think it's peaks. The other ones are expecting it to peak during the next 24 to 30 hours. In terms of model trends, let's see how things have trended over the past 24 hours or so. Let me go a more zoomed out view here. On to Super Typhoon Bavi. How have things trended in terms of models? Here we go. You know what? I'm going to start answering some questions, then we'll go over the model trends, all right? And again, if you have any questions, you can always ask them in the chat, and I will answer them in the order that they were asked. And don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already, as this helps keep you stay updated on this system and other systems that may be threatening your area. We already answered that question. All right, good that you're alive, Chase Cabatino. Pressure reading from Rhoda, probably. I don't think we have a pressure reading from there. We do have observations from Tinian and Saipan, mainly Saipan. They were gusting winds of around 87 miles per hour at their highest. In terms of Guam, though, those winds were gusting at around 71 miles per hour at their highest, at least over the last hour or so. Strongest landfall of 2026, right? Yes. Yep, the island is currently in the eye of the system, and they're about to reach the eye wall, the southeastern portions of the eye wall. Sinlaku made landfall as a high-end Cat 4, or mid-range Cat 4, I believe. Oops, let me go back up to this. All right. Thank you, Arthur, for subscribing to the channel. That means a lot. Or for being subscribed for such a long time. What's your current wind analysis for Bavi? I do have it at around winds of 160 miles per hour. That's probably the best analysis for it right now. Maybe 165 miles per hour. Not exactly sure. I do think it is a Category 5, and it will likely be weakening very shortly as it undergoes what we call an eye wall replacement cycle. As we can see, this moat develop pretty much around the entire system right around here, starting to do what's called a secondary eye wall formation, where we'll then see this one take over as the main eye wall. When is your 2020 Atlantic hurricane season coming out? Not quite sure. I'm working on it, but I've also been doing streams and stuff. If not this Sunday, then hopefully probably the Sunday after this. That's probably the goal. I just need time to actually animate it. Do you think Bavi will get stronger after passing the Mariana Islands? I do. I do think that this system is going to be peaking out as a Category 5 once again. I do think it's possible that the system could complete its eye wall replacement cycle. It's quite a large one, and it's going to be taking at least a day or so to actually finalize it, but I do think it's possible. When will the Eastern Pacific get going? Well, there is a signal there in the Eastern Pacific that a system could become a hurricane strength system maybe down the road. That's mainly beyond the 10-day range, though. Whereas the Western Pacific is going to be the king, at least looks like, for the month of July. How strong will the system behind Bavi get? Good question, and I forgot to show that on here. Looking at the ensemble members, the average peak for the ensemble members is currently around 80 knots, or no, actually, excuse me, my bad, 100 knots. The system could become a major typhoon. That's the average expected peak from the system. Could peak out as a could not even form, but it could also peak out as a Category 5. Those are all possibilities. And let me pull that up right here. That one member that has it peaking out as a Cat 5 has it right over here. Does stall for quite a bit. So here, what does it want? Then it wants it becoming a Category 5 as it moves towards Luzon. That is certainly possible, but it's in a little bit on the longer range. That's how strong it could get. But I think it's going to be peaking out probably as a Cat 1 or Cat 2. That's being conservative as of right now. See, has Bavi passed through the Marianas Islands yet? It's passing through it as we speak right now. We can see the latest frame here. This is around 3 minutes old or so. I believe at least. Hold on. Wait. Oh, okay. Well, I think the radar went down. Oh, okay. Yep, no, actually, no, it has not gone down yet. It's just that other frame has not loaded yet. Let me pull up a different elevation. Maybe that will work. Apologies for that. The back eye wall is now impacting portions of Rhoda right now. Here it is. See, right in this imagery, that now portions of eastern Rhoda are getting hammered by that southeastern portion of the eye wall, and we'll likely see conditions further deteriorate. And they're likely already deteriorating right now, as this imagery or this radar frame is around 10 minutes out of date or so. This again, the system's likely delivering catastrophic impacts as we speak right now across the island of Rhoda. Again, it's expected to be uninhabitable for weeks or longer. But yes, it is passing through the Marianas. The center of it has made its closest approach to the islands of Guam and Tinian and Saipan. So the system conditions are now going to be gradually improving across the Mariana Islands. It's deteriorating for portions of Rhoda, but the rest of the Mariana Islands should be seeing their worst impacts as of right now. Things should be gradually calming down as we get further on in time. See. Rough Carnivore says, I'm in Guam, winds here are alright. It'll be a long day for us, but our thoughts are with Rhoda. Definitely. Any major damages in Guam? I don't expect major damage. I expect moderate damage. Mainly just damage to buildings that aren't reinforced. What do you think will be stronger in your final analysis, Sinlaku or Bavi in terms of wind speed and pressure? I think Sinlaku has this one beat. Definitely just overall much more impressive in terms of its satellite appearance. All right, Rough Carnivore says, hard to tell at this moment. However, power is out and water is still running. Okay, that's good that water's still running. And Rough Carnivore says, personally, I think Sinlaku wind gusts were stronger. Let's see. Hi on Peach says, my brother is on Guam right now. How strong are the winds? I can't contact him. In terms of the winds that are going on across Guam, well, at least the most recent wind gusts that were reported were around 71 miles per hour, so that is nearly typhoon force in terms of those wind gusts. But if we take a look at the radar imagery, let's see how strong the winds are here. Looking at portions of eastern Guam, like mainly all across Guam here, could be seeing wind gusts of around 100 miles per hour. This is a look at radar imagery. Of course, as you get closer and closer to the surface, those winds start decreasing. But yeah, we could be seeing wind gusts of around 70 miles per hour or so, like typhoon force gust happening all across the island of Guam. It strengthens as you get further and further up in the air. Overall, the winds seem to have, let's see, have they decreased? What's happened here? All right, we're on a different tilt. My bad, forgot about that part of it. Let's go down to a more closer to the surface tilt. Not exactly loading. Okay, here we go. This is more of what I was looking for. Apologies for that. Again, if you haven't already and you're just tuning into the channel, don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already. Trying to hit 7,000 subscribers by the time this storm dissipates, which unfortunately may be a while. It may be lasting on for, again, over the next 7 days at least. There we go. Now the radar imagery is working more. Man, those winds are just incredibly strong. Category 5 being reported by the Doppler radar up here. Still, winds have weakened somewhat. They're down to around 140-ish or so. But in terms of the island of Guam, yeah, they're likely seeing right now. Let me look at the scan here again. The not this. This right here. Will this tell me? Okay, kind of what I was looking for, but it doesn't tell me how far, like how far up these winds are being reported. But yeah, typhoon force winds are likely going on all across the island of Guam. We can see that even on the HAFS A model run, depicting a rough guesstimate of where the winds are right now. Anything in that purple color is typhoon force winds, and anything in that white coloring is going to be major Cat 3 plus winds. Mainly going to be right in here-ish is where those Cat 3 plus conditions are occurring. So just barely threading the needle between the island of, this would be, let's see, Tinian down there, and the island of Guam. In terms of gusts, though, they're likely much higher up there. Some gusts could be gusting above 100 miles per hour for portions of Guam. Let's see. Why does Bavi keep moving west-northwest while there's a high pressure area there? Shouldn't it be moving more westwards? I'm curious. Well, I'll answer your question here right now. In terms of why isn't it moving towards the west, I'm guessing you're meaning towards the long range. You can correct me in the chat if I'm wrong, and I'll answer it again. But yeah, there is a ridge of high pressure off to its northwest here, which typically would allow for it to move due west here. The other difference is, though, is there is a trough up here trying to tug it just slightly to the north. So overall, its motion is going to be mostly this direction, combining the two. Also, we'll see this ridge of high pressure retreat. You can see that on here. Apologies for that, but yeah, we can see it retreat off towards the northwest here. This ridge of high pressure right over here, you know what, I can even show it on here, I think. Ridge of high pressure that's located right around here. Let's go out 3 days out from now to compare it. Yeah, we can see then the ridge shifts off away from the system right over here. So this ridge of high pressure backs off to the northeast, which allows an escape opportunity for our typhoon. That's why it's moving off towards there. Are we counting this as a landfall on Rhoda? Yes, I would be counting this as a landfall, in my personal opinion, as the entire island of Rhoda is in that eye. I'm just trying to get more recent imagery here. This one is still out of date. Let me pull up this scan instead. This is also a bit out of date. Let's see if this one's better. Yeah, I mean, we can see that other side of the eye wall now starting to hammer portions of eastern Rhoda. But overall, they did get entirely in that eye, so I would be counting that as a landfall. Also, is this a Cat 5 landfall? Some people in the Discord server think it's a Cat 4, but I think it's a Cat 5, 140 to 145 knots. I'd call this a Cat 5 landfall, but I need to do more reanalysis on it. Has it made a direct landfall on the island? Yes, I would say it has made a landfall. Let me just make sure I'm looking at all the questions, because I know that my thing's been lagging some. Okay, no, I am pretty much caught up with chat. That's good. Believe so, at least. All right, right down there. Scroll up. Okay. What will the next name be in the Eastern Pacific? Not sure. Somebody else can answer that in the on the chat if you would please. So far, had the season been more active than usual or less? I'd say it's been more active than usual due to this El Nino that's coming in. Does it spin opposite of Atlantic hurricanes? Nope, it spins the same direction. It's basically an Atlantic hurricane, just in a different location of the world. That's the best way to describe this. And no, not I wouldn't say only cyclones spin the opposite direction because cyclones in the North Indian Ocean also spin the same direction. It's storms that are in the southern hemisphere, so southern half of the world, that spin in that opposite direction. How strong now for Bavi? It's likely a Category 5 still with winds of around 145 to 100 or 140 to 145 knots. Thank you, Dragon, for saying it is Elida as the next name in the Eastern Pacific. Right now, let's go on to some more things here. In terms of model trends, how have things been trending over the past 24 hours? Starting with the Joint Typhoon Warning Center forecast cones, has shifted slightly a nudge to the northeast at the end of the 4 to 5 day range, but overall it's been very consistent as to where it's going to be tracking. Very impressed at their accuracy. Moving on to the HAFS A hurricane model, it has shifted gradually to the southwest over towards Taiwan, gets sucked into the northern portions of Taiwan, at least on that model run. In terms of the Google DeepMind ensemble members, where have those shifted? They have shifted back to the east over the Sakishima Islands, now moving over to the eastern portions of China. It was a little bit on the western it was a little bit more of the west during earlier model runs, but now it's shifted back towards going directly over Shanghai in China, then going off towards North Korea. During the near-term forecast throughout the next 3 days, though, it's been pretty locked in on a solution as to where it's going to be headed. Whoops, did not mean to close out of that. Let me open it up again. And then the Euro AI, where's that been trending? That's been a little bit on the northern side of guidance, I'd say. Moving just to the north of the Sakishima Islands, it looks like. Still has it moving through Shanghai, China, and off towards North Korea. Now let's take a look at its distance. How far away is Super Typhoon Bavi from certain locations? As of right now, let's actually use the distance tool here. Let me get another sip of water, then we'll break down the distances. Whoops, wrong tool. Let me do this instead. Come on. Shoot, did not mean to do that. Whoops. Go back like this. Do this again. Oh, wait, no, I was doing the wrong thing. My bad. This is what I meant. There we go. In terms of its distance, this would be from the island of Rota. The center of the storm is roughly around 7 miles to the northwest of Rota. Guam is going to be around 47 miles to the south of Super Typhoon Bavi, and Tinian's around 50 to 60 miles to the north-northeast of Super Typhoon Bavi, and Saipan's up to 70 miles. Moving at a more zoomed-out view of the system compared to the Philippines. Philippines are roughly 1,500 miles to the west of the system. I don't know if I can change that to, whoops. Oh, that's nice. I can get a better zoom of the system here. Looking at other locations close to the system here, the Sakishima Islands are around 1,400 miles to the northwest of the system. Let me actually just go ahead and use Zoom Earth to figure out its distance, not nautical miles. Let me go back to kilometers. I've been doing some analysis and I've got to use nautical miles for that. That's why I was set to that. But in terms of kilometers from certain areas, the Philippines are 2,500 kilometers to the west of the system. Metro Manila is up to 2,600 kilometers. Taiwan's 2,700 kilometers to the west-northwest, and the Ryukyu Islands are around at 2,200 kilometers to the northwest. Sakishima Islands, 2,500 kilometers to the west-northwest. Mainland Japan's around 2,300 kilometers away from the system, and Super Typhoon Bavi is now within 3,000 kilometers from reaching mainland China, around 3.1 thousand kilometers from Shanghai, China. And South Korea is around 2.8 thousand kilometers to the northwest of the system, and North Korea's around 3.2 thousand kilometers to the northwest of the system. All right. Moving on now to, this would be the Joint Typhoon Warning Center, their latest forecast cone. Let's take a look at it here. Update number 20. Let me make sure this is it. Yep, this is their latest forecast cone as to where the system's going to be going. They do have it weakening it down to a not a minimal Cat 5, but a low-end one with winds of around 165 miles per hour. Then it does re-intensify to winds of 175 miles per hour as we get to 24 to 36 hours out. After that, the system does weaken down to a weaker Category 5, then a low-end Cat 5 by around day 2 or day 1.5, I believe this is. Yes. That would be. Oh no, actually, that's day 2, I believe. Hold on, this is a little bit confusing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, okay. I didn't realize they do this now. They added another forecast point right here. That's cool. I didn't realize. How long have they? Is this new? Sorry about that. Normally they just do 1, 2, 3, 4. Then the last points are okay. I guess they are doing now. I don't know if it's been this way for a while. Anyways, it is expected to remain a Cat 5 for the next 2.5 days as it moves across the Philippine Sea. It will be a super typhoon 3 days from now. For 72 hours straight, the system is expected to be a super typhoon, maybe even longer than that, as day 4 nearly has it at super typhoon intensity. And then finally, by around day 5, the system is still a major Category 3, high-end Category 3, major typhoon moving through towards Taiwan. This code of uncertainty defines the area that could be seeing gale force winds, sustained winds at least, and it does include the northern portions of Luzon in that category there. It does also include the Ryukyu and Sakishima Islands, of course, in mainland Taiwan. The system's wind field size is expected to increase quite a bit, though. This is the wind swath for gale force winds that are expected if the system remains on its current trajectory, which would nearly be bringing gale force winds towards four portions of northeastern Luzon, mainly the Cagayan region. But if the system if the system even moves just a bit to the west, let's go over the forecast possibilities by drawing this right here. I'm going to show you all the wind swath as to what it's expected to be, and then we'll go on to the forecasted track. Let's draw it like this. There we go. Now this forecast track, if it shifts off towards the southwest here, then we could be seeing gale force winds starting to occur over portions of the northeastern Philippines. For Metro Manila to get impacts, the system would have to go over portions of Luzon at this point. But I think that's a little bit conservative, as the wind field size could be even greater than this. And if it goes off to the north here, then portions of the Ryukyu Islands start seeing impacts. All right, now let's break down the discussion for the system. This is going to be from the... oh, and again, if you have any questions, you can always ask them in the chat. Let me look if there's any questions from Facebook. Nope, no questions from Facebook. Let me just quickly check Twitter. Oh, I see Joy was in the chat briefly. All right, let's answer some more of the questions. Could it have another peak after its eyewall replacement cycle? I think so. I just don't know if it's too large of a secondary eyewall. But it does have plenty of time. Okay, this does have another like 2 days or so. I think that shear might start to become a problem as we get further in time. We'll just have to see how it handles that. I do want to mention, if you haven't already, please consider liking this stream, as that helps out a lot, as well helps it get it to more people. If you have already, please subscribe to the channels. We're down to 50 subscribers away from 7,000, trying to reach that before this system dissipates. But now let's go ahead and look at some more questions here. It's a massive storm. Jangmi's eye so big. I don't know much about Jangmi. All right, then let's go over the Joint Typhoon Warning Center forecast discussion. So I'll read it for you all, so that way I know that's not completely visible, but I'll go ahead and read it. Satellite analysis, initial position, and intensity discussion. Animated enhanced infrared EIR satellite imagery depicts a very symmetrical 25 nautical mile in diameter eye feature surrounded by uniform central dense overcast of Super Typhoon Bavi. Evaluation of current synoptic and mesoscale diagnostics reveals a continuously favorable kinematic and thermodynamic environment, underscored by minimal deep layer vertical wind shear of 5 to 10 knots, elevated sea surface temperatures of 29 to 30 degrees Celsius with high oceanic heat content, and vigorous upper level radial outflow. Super Typhoon Bavi is executing a trajectory shift from briefly westward to west-northwestwards in response to a consolidating subtropical ridge extension to the northeast. Deep convection feeder bands spiraling towards the center of the core exhibit extremely cold cloud tops reaching minus 82 degrees Celsius with the eye temperature of 19 degrees Celsius, resulting in an extreme thermal differential of 101 degrees Celsius. Based on the excellent eye presentation, the initial synoptic position is anchored with high confidence. An initial intensity of 155 knots is established with medium confidence derived from a strict consensus of agency subjective Dvorak assessments. While CIMSS objective satellite-derived intensity estimates are still hovering at around 140 to 145 knots, with the current intensity reading from ADT of T7.1. Current steering mechanisms is the eastern extension of a deep layer subtropical ridge centered near Okinawa. Most of the fixes are pretty much at 155 knots. And the forecaster assessment of the current environment, highly favorable, vertical wind shear 5 to 10 knots, sea surface temperatures of 29 to 30 degrees Celsius, and a strong radial outflow. Right. Now, there are no significant changes to the forecast. Let's discuss the forecast discussion. Synoptic steering dynamics are currently dominated by the still developing eastern extension of a northwestern subtropical ridge, which will function as the primary driver for the west-northwestward propagation of Super Typhoon Bavi. As this ridging mechanism rebuilds, kinematic acceleration will initiate, propelling the cyclone through the Mariana Islands archipelago on a west-northwestward heading through hour 96. Beyond this temporal threshold, Super Typhoon Bavi is forecasted to alter its vector more poleward along the west-southwestern periphery of the steering subtropical ridge. Extended range trajectory bifurcation introduces uncertainty regarding whether the meteorological system will execute a sharp recurvature around the ridge axis or sustain a shallower approach towards northern Taiwan, with the latter being currently heavily favored among the prediction models. Thermodynamically, the cyclone is projected to undergo a brief phase of modest degradation, driven by a temporary reduction in upper-level outflow potential. Resumption of deepening is anticipated post hour 12, with intensification propagating through hour 36 as a highly efficient auxiliary westward divergent outflow channel excavates. We can see that on here. Let me zoom out to the half-say model. Whoops, I already had it up here, my bad. But in terms of the outflow here, the system as of right now, let's go to the past few hours or so, the system's outflow does weaken a little bit, but overall then it does get very enhanced. Let's actually pull up the Euro AI. I think that does a better job of showing it. I mean, the outflow, I guess I don't really see it weakening a whole lot, but overall though, that outflow does get really going as we get further on in time here. That's the outflow for the system. It's like it's exhaust to evacuate all that heat. So moving on to the rest of the discussion here. Subsequent to the secondary peak, an escalation in deep layer wind shear, vertical wind shear, coupled with concurrent outflow reduction, will arrest intensification and lead to a gradual but steady weakening. Nevertheless, the system will preserve formidable typhoon characteristics, manifesting a massively expanded wind radii envelope. Model discussion. Deterministic numerical weather prediction track guidance remains highly cohesive through hour 96, evidenced by an exceptionally compact cross-track spread of only 8 nautical miles during the closest point of approach to Rota and 65 nautical miles at hour 72. However, spatial dispersion expands in the extended range, culminating in a 270 nautical mile cross-track spread by the final forecast hour. That's going to be day 5. Within this late state bifurcation, NavGem functions as the sole outlier by accelerating a recurvature path closer to Okinawa, while the bulk of the dynamical consensus clusters along a vector oriented towards north of Taiwan. The along track spread envelope is estimated at around 120 nautical miles at hour 72. In light of this overall divergence, the Joint Typhoon Warning Center extended track trajectory is issued with medium confidence. Regarding intensity profiles, the high-resolution mesoscale HAFS model indicates another phase of modest intensification, peaking at around 145 to 150 knots. That is Category 5 intensity, driven by optimized upper-level outflow mechanisms. Conversely, the broader dynamical consensus advocates for prolonged, gradual decay presented by an initial phase of intensity maintenance. In alignment with the favorable mesoscale environment and HAF's guidance, the Joint Typhoon Warning Center official intensity prognostic lies on the upper boundary of the multi-model consensus, reflecting the probability of minor near-term deepening over the next 36 hours, followed by a brief weakening. Beyond hour 36, nearly all members of the available numerical consensus agree on a steady weakening trend. So the track forecast for the next 3 days is high in terms of its confidence. On-track forecast beyond the 3-day range is going to be in the medium category. Intensity forecast is going to be medium throughout the entire forecast range. So you heard something that the Guam radar is down. Let me just double check that. All right, yes, the Guam radar has been knocked offline, it seems like. Likely doing it for safety reasons on the system there, but we can pull up the last radar frame that we got on the system. Fortunately, though, we have seen that it has made landfall, as in we've got all the radar data that we really wanted for the system to see where it's exactly going. That was very important for them to keep that up. So again, moving down to let's go back to radar. Not settings. There we go. And we can see just the only tilts that are really remaining. Yep, seems like it got knocked offline at around 7:23 p.m. at my time. This would be around 9:23 a.m. at tomorrow Standard Time. See, 130 people watching. Yeah, I saw that. That's a lot. So that's the most I've seen since like November of last year. Thank you all so much for watching. If you haven't already, please consider subscribing, as that really helps out a lot. I'm going to keep going on this stream, and I'll be doing more streams later down the road. So if you want to stay updated to those, be sure to subscribe. In the Atlantic region, when will we see cyclonic activity in the Atlantic Basin? National Hurricane Center is currently predicting a 20% chance of development. I think you mean for the Eastern Pacific. I haven't seen anything in the North Atlantic. I don't think that they're predicting anything there. Yeah, same with the Pacific. No activities expected during the next 7 days. Maybe things will change beyond that, but it's just too uncertain. Things I think will stay quiet during the next 7 days. There was a hint at something developing off the Carolinas recently, but that I don't think is going to really happen. It's not too locked in on happening. So let's see here. Was Maysak officially a typhoon or almost a typhoon? Officially was not a typhoon, at least from like the Joint Typhoon Warning Center and the Japan Meteorological Agency, but I do believe it was a typhoon. It likely rapidly organized before making landfall here. Maybe radar will show it. Yeah, here we can see the system quickly develop an eye feature as it's moving into portions of far eastern Vietnam. So I do believe the system did peak out as a typhoon. We even had surface observations recording winds around, I believe, 80 miles per hour. 1 minute sustained winds. So sustained winds were at least 80 miles per hour. So it was at least a typhoon. Cat 1. Let me just see this real quick. I'm hearing something from the Climate Prediction Center. I just want to make sure that there isn't anything there. Yeah, in terms of the Climate Prediction Center, things are going to be quiet in the Atlantic throughout the next 2 to 3 weeks here. We can see lots of dry air across the Atlantic, which is just going to be inhibiting any developments. In terms of the rest of that forecast period, week 3 also going to be remaining quiet. The main basin that's going to be active is, again, the Western Pacific and the Eastern Pacific here, with signals on both week 2 and week 3. Yeah, I see the Guam radar has gone offline. So our best look at in terms of what's going to be happening is going to be using a satellite imagery. I don't think that this is going to work here, but I'm just going to check it. Yeah, it's not going to work there. So we're going to pull up another satellite viewing website here. Just open it up here, and then I'll open it up on stream. There we go. Looking at, we're going to use the, let's use the target for right now, looking at the visible imagery. Oops, might have gone too far into a zoom. Wow, look at that eye. Just insane. Look at how it's passed over the center of the island. Let me pull up the last, let's say, 10 frames or so to actually get the image where it was closest over the island. Seems like it is this frame right here. Just going to save this image right here. We got a more centered look at it. That's okay. Let me just get that. All right, now we're going to take a look at the infrared satellite imagery that's being shown from the system. Let's grab it from here. There we go. There's a look at the system as it was on its closest approach to the island of Rhoda there. See just how close just how much of the eye it was in. This is at least from satellite though, but we saw on radar that they were completely in it. So this is just the upper portions of the eye, where it's at, where the eye wall was, all that kind of stuff here. We can see where the system is at now. This was around, this is still around 30 minutes old, so this isn't the most recent imagery of it, but we can see that eye wall whipping the eastern, or the southeastern eye wall whipping the areas around Guam there. Okay, wait, does this actually show me? Oh, that's nice. It shows me the temperature or whatever. I think that might be in Kelvin. I'm not quite sure. Okay, I'm not sure how this works, how the values are calculated. All right. Yeah, don't know how this works. Anyways, let's see. Now we got more questions, looks like. Yep. How much rainfall in the Philippines? Thanks for the reminder. Let's go over the model runs for the system, where they expect it to go. And again, if you have any questions on this system or other systems, you can always ask them in the chat and I will answer them in the order that they were asked. Let's start off with the model runs. Starting off with the American model, how much rain is it predicting in certain areas? We're mainly going to be just looking at Super Typhoon Bavi. In terms of rainfall that it could be dumping over the next, let's go to the next 10 days. So rather, this is by around day 8 or 9. Let me open this up as well. Getting closer and closer. Sorry about that, just slow internet. Almost there. But you can probably already see the problem down in the Philippines. Let's go up to the remainder of the 10-day forecast. There we go. So in terms of rainfall that could be happening, additional rainfall across the Mariana Islands, up to around a foot of rain. Taiwan could see rainfall totals up to around 35 inches. That's going to be around 900 millimeters of rain. Do briefly want to check if I can change this in terms of accumulation millimeters. Does that work yet? No. Sorry, I thought that that might work. Nope, it still does not do it on here. Let me keep this up though. Again, in terms of rainfall accumulations in portions of Taiwan, up to 900 millimeters of rain. Portions of Metro Manila here, they get around 850 millimeters of rain. Large portions of the Philippines, it gets up to around 800 to 1,000 millimeters of rain. Some areas could see up to a meter of rain. This 40 inches is a meter of rain. That's expected from the American model run. So this would be bringing catastrophic rainfall totals across portions of the Philippines, at least major impacts. This would be if the American model run were to verify. And this does include Metro Manila, unfortunately, in seeing some of those major impacts. Fortunately, though, this is beyond the 5-day range, so not expected during the next 5 days. Still, though, they are expected to see the impacts begin with marginal impacts. In terms of the European model run during the next 10 days, those rainfall totals are lower, with Guam getting around another foot of rain. Portions of Taiwan could see up to around, this would be around 600 millimeters of rain. And then portions of Metro Manila, they only get in at around 150 millimeters of rain. Whereas portions further off towards the west could see up to 300 millimeters of rain, even up to nearly 450 millimeters in portions of Mindoro. Accumulations from the Euro AI over the next 10 days looks like this here almost. There we go. Rainfall totals across the Mariana Islands are around a foot of rain. Taiwan, they only get around 8 inches or so. That's going to be around 220 millimeters of rain. Portions of Mindoro could see around 300 millimeters of rain, and Metro Manila gets in at around 150 millimeters of rain. Areas offshore in the Philippine Sea, they could be seeing up to 20 inches of rain. That's around 500 millimeters out there. Moving on to the German model run, this only goes out to the next 7 days, but we can still discuss the impacts here. Guam, they get in at around a foot of rain. Portions of Taiwan get up to 2 feet of rain. Again, that's around 600 millimeters of rain. Portions of the Philippines here, the western Philippines, could see anywhere from around 6 to 12 inches. That's going to be around 150 to 300 millimeters of rain. That's just during the next 7 days alone. Now let's go over the forecasted track for these systems. Where are they expected to go? Where's the center expected to go at least? Starting off with the American model run. See if I can get this to load. Come on. Sorry about that. It is struggling a bit. There we go. Hopefully. Let me just pull up the 18Z run instead. Maybe this will do a better job, hopefully. Nope, that is also struggling. Hmm. Okay, there we go. Starting off with the Mariana Islands, where was it expected to hit? I mean, we kind of already got past that point. Man, this is quite slow. I don't know why. Apologies for that. There we go. It did have it threading the needle between Rhoda and Tinian, which that ultimately did not happen. The system did make landfall over the island of Rhoda, as we're seeing right now. Beyond this range, though, not quite sure how long it's going to take for this to load. I guess I'll answer some more questions in the chat. Which areas in the Atlantic are not that? Let's see. Native speaker, and I have no idea what's Rel is talking about. Just other things in the Atlantic. Let's see here. Great footage. Okay. But not landfall in Luzon or Taiwan. It will landfall. I don't think it's going to be making landfall in Luzon, but it could be making a landfall there, like you said, in Taiwan. That is possible. But it will be enhancing the southwesterly monsoon by Wednesday to Thursday. You're right on that. That southwesterly monsoon from this system, it's going to be enhanced because of this super typhoon, because of how massive it is. Yeah, it will be bringing more rain for Luzon and the Visayas region. Is Typhoon Bavi make a landfall, a direct hit in the Philippines based on its trajectory? Nope. It is not expected to make a direct hit in the Philippines, but it's still going to be delivering some impacts in terms of rain. Santiago's 1.33 millimeters of rain from the American model, says Mammerds. Yeah, I mean, not a whole lot of rain along the eastern portions of the Philippines, all because of that the winds coming from the southwest. This model is just taking forever to load. I apologize for that. I'm going to just refresh it. Maybe that makes it go quicker. And things are just a bit slow today, and I apologize for that. Maybe it's just because of the time of day that I'm doing it. Internet connections different. Not quite sure. Well, I mean, this is just still a little bit on the slower side. Trying to pull up where all the models want the system to go, but it's just taking a little while to actually load all the frames here. Let me just take a look at what it looks like on stream right now. Oh geez, everything's just lagging. I can tell now. Let me see if there's any questions on the Facebook or on Facebook. Nothing there yet. In terms of Twitter, not seeing anything there either. So Fernando says, I have to agree. If heavy rains persist for 2 to 3 days continuously at the west coast of the Philippines, catastrophic. It spells out a lot of floods and mudslides. Good morning from Manila in the Philippines. Glad. Thanks for watching from the Philippines there. But yeah, I see that you agree with me there that there could be catastrophic impacts. We'll have to see though. Only marginal impacts expected for the next 5 days. Beyond that, that's when things could start getting dicey out there. See, Pilots Guam says here on Guam at 10:14 local time, power outs around 6 o'clock from winds still howling outside. Very scary. Sorry to hear that out there. Hope things should start to improve. Okay, I'd say as we get further on. Let's go let's show you the hurricane model for the typhoon. Here, what is expected to happen. So, typhoon force winds should begin to ease up by around 1 a.m. Or sorry, not 1 a.m. 1 p.m. Excuse me, tomorrow standard time. And then those storm force winds should be leaving the area by around 4 p.m. this evening. And then those gale force winds should be leaving the area by around midnight tonight. So conditions should start gradually improving as we get further on in time. It's likely that you're experiencing the worst of the conditions though right now. Things will begin to improve though. So just I know it's very scary for you, but just remember to stay calm. The system will be passing and things are just going to be continuing to improve. Is CHST China time or Mariana Island City Standard Time? It's Chamorro Standard Time. You know what? I need to look up why it's called that. And it's going to be, if it works here, Chamorro people, the native population of the Mariana Islands. That's why it's called that. Okay, that was renamed back in December 2000. That's pretty cool. U.S. Congress did that. Chamorro Standard Time. That's interesting. Let's look at the remainder of the model run here from the GFS. Where does it have it making landfall? Something we can notice though is look at how the vorticity increases near the mountains of Taiwan there at the end of the forecast run. Starting to get some of those heavy rainfall from topographic lifts. The system does move through the Sakishima Islands of Japan. This would be by around Friday night into the early morning hours of Sunday. Or sorry, of Saturday, excuse me. It does get sucked into Taiwan here, potentially making a landfall. This would be on Saturday morning. Highland Liner, hope you're doing well. And then it does make landfall in China. This would be on Saturday nights. That's at least from the American model run. Man, now things are running a little bit quicker. Let's move over to the European model run and what it is forecasting the system to go. 12Z run, yes, that's the one I want. I have to go a little bit earlier than that. There we go. Let's first off start off by talking about where it had the system going. Was it accurate for the Mariana Islands? This is going to be the most recent run, 12 hours before, around 6 to 12 hours before it made landfall in the Marianas. Again, if you haven't already, please consider subscribing to the channel. We're now 46 subscribers away from 7,000. Subscribing helps keep you updated on this system and other systems that could be threatening the Philippines, Taiwan, China, anywhere in the Western Pacific Basin. So I think the Euro got it quite right over the past 12 hours or so, where the system was headed just barely north of the island of Rota, at least the center, as the center did go north of Rota, but the entirety of Rota was in that eye. Believe the European run is going to be showing a landfall in Taiwan as I load up the rest of the model here. Yes, it could hit Taiwan and China. That's at least what the American model run is forecasting, and I believe the European run is also going to be forecasting that as well. Still trying to get the rest of the model run loaded. Again, if you have any questions about the system, you want to know your local impacts, you can always ask in the chat, and I will answer them in the order that they were asked. So where's it going to hit in America? Not anywhere in the mainland United States. It's mainly Guam that's seeing impacts. After that, though, it's going to be the Philippines, Taiwan, portions of Japan, and China that will be seeing impacts from this system, not the United States. Right. Still not loading. Right, still trying to get this to load. You know what? While it loads, let's go over the impacts again that are going to be expected um, across the area over the next while. Okay, starting off with the forecast cone, the system is currently a Category 5 super typhoon. It is expected to weaken down to a Category 4 over the next 12 hours or so as it starts nearing or as it enters the Philippine Sea. After that, the system will then be weakening slightly further down to mid-range Cat 4. Then it will be strengthening, likely as it completes its eyewall replacement cycle, up to a Category 5 super typhoon, once again moving westward in the Philippine Sea. After that, I am expecting it to start curving off towards the north, down to a Category 4 strength system, then weakening down to a Category 3 by day 4, and a Category 2 by day 5. In terms of the impacts that the system is expected to bring, well, during the next 5 days, marginal impacts are expected for Shanghai and China, as well as portions of far southeastern China, the entirety of Taiwan, the Batanes Islands, as well as portions of, this would be Palawan, I believe. Let me just double check that. Yes, northeastern Palawan, as well as portions of southwestern Mindanao, and the Negros Island region, western Visayas, as well as northern portions of Masbate, the far southern regions of the Bicol region, as well as Mindoro and western Luzon, including Metro Manila, all expect to see marginal impacts from the system. Again, the next 5 days. Beyond that, the impacts could be higher. And the Mariana Islands, again, all expect to see at least marginal impacts from the system, and portions of the Ryukyu Islands as well in that marginal impact category. What does that mean if you're in marginal impacts? Well, here, expect minor tropical impacts with brief periods of gusty winds and some rain. A few branches may come down, and minor street flooding is possible. Moving on now to the slight impacts. What areas are expected to see slight impacts? Well, this does include areas along the Mariana Islands. It's mainly just your main islands of Guam, Rota, Tinian, Saipan. Portions of the southwestern Ryukyu Islands, the coast of southeastern China, as well as the eastern two-thirds and the northeastern two-thirds of Taiwan. Also in this, of course, the Sakishima Islands and the western portions of the Negros Island region, western Visayas, and Mindoro all expect to see slight impacts, as well as far northeastern Palawan there. What does it mean if you're expected to see slight impacts? Well, noticeable storm conditions with gusts capable of knocking down tree limbs and causing power outages, localized flooding may affect low spots. Moving up to the moderate impact category, that's going to be in the orange coloring. That does include the island of Guam, Rota, Tinian, and Saipan. Tinian, Saipan, and Guam are all seeing moderate impacts as we speak. In terms of the Sakishima Islands, all of these Sakishima Islands are expected to see moderate impacts from the system as well. What does that mean? Well, damaging winds may snap trees and tear weaker roofs. Flooding of neighborhoods and small rivers are possible, making some roads impassable. That is, again, in that moderate impact category in the orange color. In terms of major impacts, what areas are expected to see major impacts? Well, major impacts are ongoing right now for the island of Rota. They are possible for the Sakishima Islands in Japan. What does that mean? Well, in terms of flooding and wind here, severe winds can cause large-scale structural damage and long-lasting power and communication outages, life-threatening flooding in vulnerable areas. In terms of catastrophic impacts, extreme here, catastrophic impacts are ongoing right now for the island of Rota. We will be seeing those impacts start to lessen as time goes on, almost down to the major impact category. We don't have radar to really look at that eyewall. We will likely be seeing conditions start calming down over the next hour or two, down into the major impact category. They're still seeing catastrophic impacts, though, and what does that mean? Well, catastrophic winds can destroy buildings and severely damage infrastructure for weeks or longer. Flooding may be unsurvivable, and recovery could take months. That's all expected, again, for the island of Rota. And let's check on our model run here. The European model run has fully loaded in. Looking at it here, it does show it getting sucked into northern portions of Taiwan around Taipei there as a major typhoon here. This would be on Friday night. Then it moves inland into China. This would be on Saturday morning. Moving over to the European AI model run, this is one that's showing a little bit of a different outcome as to where the system could go. In terms of the Mariana Islands, did it get it right? I think it did. I think the Euro AI did a great job showing its center moving just to the north of Rota, but overall Rota getting in that eye. In terms of the longer range forecast where it could be going, well, it has it moving near the Sakishima Islands, in between those islands and the Ryukyu Islands. This would be on Friday night into Saturday morning, and then slamming into Shanghai, China. This would be on Saturday night into Sunday morning. And this would be delivering potentially $1 billion of damage across Shanghai, this US dollars there. But this could be really devastating for Shanghai, as that's a very populated area, big hotspot for economic activities. Moving over to the German model run, finally the German one run. What is this showing? Okay, I do want to briefly check how it did in terms of predicting the landfall in Rota. Okay, I think that this one also did solid as well for its positioning. After that, though, the system does move through the Sakishima Islands of Japan instead of Taiwan here. Has it making landfall there? This would be around Friday during the evening hours. And then moving inland into China, this would be Saturday morning. That's a look at the various model runs and what they are all predicting. I'm guessing it is tied with U2 or stronger than U2 by landfall. Not entirely sure. We can even take a look at the history in this location. Let's go ahead and do that. So this is the northern portions of Luzon. Let's go out now to the Mariana Islands. Let's look at the island of Rota here. Well, actually, we have this one right here. U2 is going to be one of the strongest landfalls in the Mariana Islands, with winds of around 150 knots. This system's likely with winds of 140 to 145 knots. But it would be the strongest landfall, I believe, in Rota's history. Main Cuts got pretty close there, looks like as a Category 3 or so. Yeah, or no, high in Category 2 at that point. So this would be the strongest landfall in Rota's history. Hi Ray, hope you're doing good. I'm doing great as well. Doing this stream earlier, I'm more awake. I see a lot of people are watching. Again, if you have any questions about the storm or other storms, you can always ask them in the chat. Also, 2 questions. Okay, Mitch Fortune, you can always ask them in the chat. Let's see if it's been, if it's continued the extreme wind warning. It was until 11:15 a.m. tomorrow Standard Time. I think they extended the extreme wind warning now. All right. See here. See if we can look at the more recent satellite frames. The system, where is it moving now? Now this is still around 30 minutes old, but the system is moving away from the island of Rota here. Yeah, I mean, the center is at least moving away from Rhoda. Whoops. Dang it. Okay, sorry about that. Dang it. Okay, well, just disconnected my monitor, so I can't see anything, but you all probably can. There we go. Was Kyobe benefiting an extratropical storm? Apparently, that extratropical storm caused landslides on Brazil. Don't know about all that. I don't know. I don't know about all those systems. Here, and there's a look at where the system is compared to the island of Rhoda. Let's play more of the satellite imagery loop here. Look at that right there. Wow. We can see the eye is wobbling a lot here, and we can see a new vertical heat tower forming on the southern end of the storm. You can tell based on all that's intense convection starting to wrap around the center right here. And the most recent frames, you can see that building. So we can see the strongest side right now is likely on the southwestern portion of the system. Let's see here. Look at this briefly. Should be around, okay. Just look at this. Yeah, let's take a look now at visible imagery. What is it looking like there? Let's see how far this goes out in time. All right, still a little bit on the older side. I think that satellite imagery from other these models might be able to show it better. Oops, wrong one. This one, the mesosector. Whoops, just froze. There we go. Yeah, this is way more up to date. And I believe we can see that's a burst of convection wrapping around the eastern side. Yeah, there it is, right here. You can track it moving on the southern end of that eye wall. So here, I'm gonna try and load this up again. See if I can get more recent frames of it. Right over here, looking at the target imagery. There we go. Now we can see the most recent imagery. Look at that eye on the stadium effect eye. Beautiful storm. Fortunately, now it's moving away. Now it's moving away from the island of Rhoda. Um, see here. Would Bavi be pushing dry air west to the Philippines? Yes, it is expected to, again, bring some dry air off towards the Philippines. That's good in the short term here. It's going to be bringing some dry air across the area. There's a huge patch of dry air. We might even be able to see that here on some zoomed out imagery for Super Typhoon Bavi. Let's go out to the true color imagery here. See, it's pretty dry off to the northwest of the system and even on water vapor image. Okay, well, that crashed. Sorry about that. Hopefully you can still hear me. Let me try this again. Sorry about that. Oops, give me one moment to get this right back up. It's going to be right here. There we go. Apologies for that. My computer is trying it the best that it can. So let me just make sure that this is all working good and smoothly. There we go. That's still live as well. This should be live as well. And then looking at this. All right. Now let's go ahead and look at some water vapor imagery. Look at all that dry air off to the northwest of the system. That patch of dry air is going to be dragged down south towards the Philippines. Here you can see that massive dry air from the ridge of high pressure located right over here. And this is the ridge of high pressure that's steering the system. Okay, that's what's steering it this way. All that dry air is then going to be pushed towards the south from the system over the western Philippines. And then eventually, though, all the moisture in the South China Sea is just going to be dragged off towards the east, delivering heavy rainfall across the western half of the Philippines. So your chase HWRF has Bavi peaking at 846 millibars at the Philippine Sea. Yes, I've seen that. That's just a historic model run. That would be a historic storm if that were to actually verify. It'd be the lowest pressure in recorded history. The most recent model run, though, no longer shows that. Does still show a landfall in Taiwan, interestingly enough. It was the previous model run here, yeah, that just showed a crazy low pressure of 846 millibars. Just insane storm winds around 200 miles per hour. Well overdoing it. This is why we don't use the HWRF when forecasting tropical cyclones. Like, I mean, I just don't see it as that much of a benefit. See, just still, though, the sheer size of the system could be delivering gale force winds over northeastern Cagayan in the Philippines. And the most recent half-say model run looks like it's come out now. Just verify this. Yes, okay. Here's a look at where the system's expected to be, roughly right around now. Interestingly enough, the half-say hurricane model does have the system getting even stronger right around now to winds of around 155 knots. This would be winds of around 180 miles per hour. And a pressure of 899 millibars, so sub 900 millibar pressure potentially for its landfall. I think that's a little bit too strong in terms of winds, but that pressure may be more accurate. After that, though, the system does maintain super typhoon intensity for quite a while, then re-peaks out as a Category 5 in the Philippine Sea. Winds peak out around 160 miles per hour. After that, though, the system just gradually deteriorates all the way up until its landfall in Taiwan, potentially as a Category 3 major typhoon, then moves off towards China there as a still high-end Category 2 strength typhoon. Okay, good. I doubt that the zoomed out view is going to be ready yet. Oh, it is. Okay. And we could just see how massive of a storm it's expected to be. We're going to even take a look at the dry air that the system's expected to drag down south. Here's a look at the most recent half-say model, again showing that ridge of high pressure holding all that dry air. Then as the system gets nearer and starts influencing where all that dry air will be moving, then starts bringing it down to the Philippines, but then it gets mixed out with some moist air impacting much of the Philippines there. As we get further in time, we can see just how much moisture is in the area. Not a whole lot of dry air. Just comparing the sounding to when all the dry air is impacting Luzon, for example. Look at the difference between the green line and the red line. That gap shows a lot of dry air. When they're right next to each other, that means it's fully saturated. When it's far apart like that, though, that's just showing how dry it is. Looking at the more moist environment, very moist, okay? So heavy rainfall should be expected across the Philippines as the system gets closer, starting within the next 3 days. Right, hi, Chase Cabatino. Good thing that you're still alive and you have a generator. Was Narelle a Category 5 on the Safford-Simpson scale? I think I made an animation on it. I'm not sure, though. Chase Cappuccino, what are the conditions like at your area? As the HAFS A hurricane model is predicting, or is expecting typhoon force winds happening for much of Guam. Is Bavi still a Category 5? I'd expect it to still be a Category 5 right now. But actually, let me pull up the even more recent model run. It's around 150 miles per hour. Is that for Guam? Yeah, Guam would not be feeling the eye wall of the system. Massive flooding in Guam, yes, I believe that. But yeah, gusts could be very high for Guam here. Winds easily up to around, geez, that's just very, very high in terms of those wind gusts. Could be anything in that pink or purple colors is typhoon force gust, and anything in that pinkish color is going to be a wind gust of around, let's say, Category 4 or stronger. And this dark purple one is easily Cat 5 gust. Yeah, I'm wondering when ATCF will update to see what their currently expected peak is. Or like what the current intensity is, excuse me. Just checking my live streams real quick and just seeing this was the most popular live stream so far since Fung Wong, I believe. Yes, since Fung Wong. Wow, 7 months ago. Interesting. Do you think Zhejiang province in China gets possibility of moderate to major impacts? Let me look up the provinces of China again. Zhejiang province of China. Let's pull this up. I'm doing it off stream. Well, looking at at my forecast cone here, I don't think that they're going to be seeing major impacts. I think moderate impacts is the more likely case scenario for this province right over here in China. As typhoon force winds, I think it will be making landfall as a typhoon. It can drastically differ though. If it makes landfall in central Taiwan, could weaken down to like a Cat 1 typhoon and then move inland in portions of Fujian in China. If it moves off towards the east, it's going to not really be impacting eastern China. NWS Guam radar is still down. Yeah, I'd expect it to remain down. Don't even know how long actually, because it could be down for another like 12 hours or so, or it could be down for weeks. Do you think the typhoon will miss Taiwan and China and then make landfall in the Ryukyus? I think that it's going to be moving. Let's see if it makes landfall in. If it misses Taiwan, I've seen one model, or I've heard this one model run, the NavGem model run. Oh wait, has it actually been removed? Oh wow, it's been removed from Tropical Tidbits. That's interesting. That's kind of funny. It's just that bad of a model. One model run was suggesting it moves off towards. This would be the Ryukyu Islands of Japan. I think that we can pull it up on the like multi-model multi-model track. Well, that's just the most recent one. I kind of want to see the... Yes. There we go here. Here's a look at all the models. I don't really think it's going to be making landfall in the Ryukyus. It looks like if it were to make landfall, it would be in the Sakishima Islands or Taiwan. See, Hedge of the Ripper, hope you're doing well. Richie says, what's happened to Tinian and Saipan? They are still expected to see... Tinian and Saipan still are expected to see moderate impacts right now, as those winds are likely reaching typhoon force as we speak. Maybe even major typhoon force for portions of... Yeah, I mean, it looks like major typhoon force winds are going to be occurring. Major impacts for the island of Tinian. Seems like I underdid that. The size got a little bit larger. Oops, no, wrong thing. Wrong button. This one. It seems like the wind field size, look at how it's uptrended. This was previous model runs. Look at the size just grown and grown and grown. And then looking at the parent model run here, you can see on here as well, it's grown. Look at that size. These are the past 3 model runs. Look at how much it's grown, the Typhoon Force winds. Maybe we'll see that grow later down the road as well. Not really seeing much of a difference here. The Typhoon Force winds are definitely larger. Look at that. And then by the time it reaches these islands here, Typhoon Force winds are also larger. So overall, the impact seems to be more expansive in the longer range. Could it have a new peak for the new forming eye later? Yes, I think it will have another peak, okay? I think the system will peak out as a Category 5 once again. I think it's going to dip down to a Category 4 briefly, then re-peak as a Category 5. And yes, I've heard all the things about the HWRF model run. Taking a look at that, seeing just how crazy it is. The 12Z run here. Showing just a crazy peak. Absurd with a peak, I think it was 846 millibars. Just insane storm. Let's look how dry that eye is. Not too insanely dry. It's not too impressive in terms of dryness. Wondering what the eye wall looks like here. Or even just looking at these strongest winds. Where are these strongest winds in this storm? Hard to tell because there's just so many areas of winds of above 155 knots. You look at this, for example, very low shear for much of the system until we get to the upper levels. She's 202 knots of shear, it shows. Jeez. That'd just be for that location alone. Trying to see any other areas, 120 knots down here. About over here. But just looking at the system as a whole, should be seeing a lot lower shear, hopefully. Just making sure that this is right at 25 knots. This had a lot of mesovortices in this run, I believe it. Look at all that right there. Mesovortice galore here, and we can just see how messed up the pressure is on all the corners of the system. This is why this isn't really a great model run, in my opinion. I trust something more like the half-say model run. Which here we can see just how degraded that... I mean, interestingly enough, this model run never really shows the system's smaller eye. It keeps it quite large, but it does... I think it's trying to show a smaller eye wall and then the bigger one forming around it. Overall, it shows that if this one is able to dominate over the smaller eye wall, then the system will peak out as Category 5 again, but then briefly it's just going to struggle. It's going to struggle as a major typhoon. Just too big for its own good. It's just the waters also... Ooh, we can take a look at the waters upwelling. Here they are. Waters aren't upwelling too much by the center of the system there, but then eventually as it enters the northern Philippine Sea, then those waters will start upwelling down to around 25 degrees Celsius. And of course, waters will quickly upwell as it moves over or near Taiwan. Curious what the HWRF does with its upwelling. This was this model run, but I want to see the 12Z run. Okay, not insane. Not insane upwelling. I did want to see if this one had any crazy upwelling as well. No, not really. Okay. So here, Isabella D. Hi, welcome back to the stream. I do remember you. Thank you all so much for the supports. That's really meant a lot to me. So southern Luzon in the Philippines is needing rain. Will there be rain? Will there be rain, you ask? Well, looks like there will be rain. Portions of the southern Philippines, like southwestern Mindanao, seems like they are going to be getting rain from this system, as it's going to be enhancing that southwesterly monsoon. Briefly want to show it on, where is it? This right here. Looking at the southwestern Philippines here, we can the southern half of the Philippines, the southern 2/3 of the Philippines gets hit with the southwesterly monsoon. This is going to be increasing the rain accumulations that they're expected to see throughout the next 7 days. So I would be expecting lots of rain along the western portions of the Philippines and southern portions of the Philippines as well. Rainfall totals could be as high as a meter in some places. That's what the American model run is predicting for Mindoro. Whoops, wrong one right here. Meant to show this. Here we go. Rainfall totals for Mindoro could reach around 40 inches. That's going to be up to a meter. But portions of the southern Philippines gets up to around 6 inches or so. That's going to be around 150 millimeters of rain. Euro AI, which I trust more as like a low resolution version, also showing around 6 to 7 inches of rain. Yes, I heard that this system spawned lots of water spouts. Check infrared imagery for this. It's not even a clear eye. Let's look at that again. Don't know what you mean by it's not a clear eye. Oh, if you're talking about... Oh, wait, never mind. I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. The model run. That's what you meant. But yeah, HWRF does not do a great job at simulating infrared imagery for the system. So yeah, that's why it's not even a clear eye. It's just... It's too intense of convection all around it. This is what a very powerful... What a 200-mile-an-hour... Or like just a crazy, crazy storm might look like if it had a pressure that low. Geez, look at the size of the system. Okay, that doesn't show it here. Whoops, not half say, I meant HWRF. There we go, just looking at the sheer size of the system compared to the Philippines. Monster this would be. Yes, I see HWRF infrared, yep, thank you. How does every color code work? Depends on what you're asking. If you're talking about the code system for this one, code green means no updates. Code yellow means streams every 8 days. Code orange means streams every 4 days. Code red means updates every 2 days. And code purple or code black means updates every day. Mindoro getting moderate to major impacts. That is possible. Okay, we could be seeing that get upgraded as we get further on in time. I think so. I think Mindoro could be seeing moderate impacts be added to the western portions of the island. So that black stuff on the HWRF model run. Let me see what you're talking about. I think you mean the winds. All that black stuff there is just the pressure gradient. So you see how these are all isobars, like areas where the pressure remains constant. So normally you'll see it in a circular pattern. But when it gets to a system like this powerful, the model does not do a great job at estimating it. So you'll see that these circular lines become a little bit of a squiggle, like we can see right down here. Let me zoom in more. Yeah, you can see a squiggle right down here. That's pretty much what that is. That's just an intense squiggle, up, down, up, down, up, down, and all of them are doing that. So that's why it becomes that. see here. So this would now be the fifth most popular storm I've ever streamed. Not my fifth most popular stream, but the fifth most popular storm. And thank you all so much for 5,000 views for this stream. Again, if you haven't already, please consider subscribing, as I'll be doing more updates on this system as time goes on. And it will help keep you stay updated on future systems in the Western Pacific Basin that may head your way. And there we go. Now the system is starting to leave the island of Rota. How strong is the storm surge after the system passes Rota? I'm not sure what you mean. Like, the island of Rota is expected to see, I think, a 5-foot storm surge. Let me look at this real quick to see if anything is updated here. Nope, this is still from 9:26 a.m. tomorrow Standard Time. Storm surge could reach 6 to 9 feet. That's what is expected with the storm surge for the island of Rota. Does any models show under 750 millibars? No, I don't believe so. Let's check the Google DeepMind Ensemble members, just check those briefly. In terms of pressure, none of them reach below 870. The lowest is 887.6 millibars. Will it come to Taiwan and produce like 5+ tornadoes? I think tornadoes will be possible from this system. Of course, as it nears Taiwan. Let's just take a look at the half-say model and try and see if it's producing any tornadoes. Seems like it is producing some possible water spouts across nearly around portions of Taiwan. Good hodograph shape here showing this is normally your typical hodograph shape. It just altered in a different direction. So we do have a nice shear for the system or for tornadoes to develop. So I think that there could be tornadoes across Taiwan. Maybe just a heavy rainfall threat more than a tornado threat, though. That's what I think will happen. Look at just how much heavy rain just is dumped over the mountainous regions of Taiwan. So there's been a couple of tornadoes or rotations earlier over Guam. Yeah, I saw that there was likely, like you said, a tornado debris signature in Guam for one of them. What is your second peak for Bavi? Not quite sure. Haven't even really properly analyzed the first peak. Yeah, it looks like the Guam radar is still offline. Not really seeing any updates from it since around, this would be 9:22 a.m. tomorrow Standard Time. Is Bavi photogenic? I'd say so. Just, to me, it's not as impressive as it was before. The system has degraded in appearance. That's because of that IOL replacement cycle that the system's trying to undergo. So just seeing that some of the stations here for like Saipan, they did see a gust above 80 knots, so like around 100 miles per hour or so. So that was pretty impressive. Sustained winds did nearly reach typhoon force there. After Bavi, that 40% Western Pacific system would impact China or Japan. I think both honestly could be seeing impacts from it. It's a little bit in the longer range, so can't really say for sure where that system's going to be going. This is Super Typhoon Bavi, and then this is going to be the system after Bavi that could become a typhoon. Latest Euro AI takes it to China. That was the 12Z run. 18Z run takes it off towards Japan. So again, it's uncertain where it's going to be going. That's a little bit in the longer range. But it has been marked as an area to watch, and it curves off north towards those islands. Um, let's see here. No Maverts, unfortunately, I am not. Thank you, Maverts. Yes, be sure to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. We're down to around, let's see, 41 subscribers away from 7,000, trying to hit it by the time this storm dissipates. Yeah, Douglas, Tropical Storm Douglas dissipated. I mean, it's still a remnant low, but it is about to dissipate, I'd say, yeah. Here it is, right over there. No longer a tropical cyclone, just a broad area of rotation. A naked spiral there. Serious question, could high winds topple a skyscraper like Taipei 101? I don't think so. I think that they're built to withstand very strong winds, so I think they'll be fine. Okay, we can see just when the radar went down. Now we're just looking at satellite imagery. A beautiful storm, actually, on visible imagery. So the one who asks, is it photogenic? I would say it is photogenic on satellite imagery, like visible. Yes, it is photogenic, yeah. Not really on infrared imagery, though. But on visible, look at that. Beautiful system. Massive in its size. I don't know what you mean. Do you know what's the not 90x invest mean on Ryan's? I don't know what that means. Super Typhoon Bavi is having a death band. Looks like it. Let's look at the. Yeah, you're right. It kind of does have a death band on the western side. Not really though on the most recent frames here. That's mostly dissipated. Like mostly become a lot less prominence as the main dominant band. We have really banding all around the system. Guam Raider is going to be out for a long time, I would suspect. I don't think it's going to be down for a long time. I think it will be up, hopefully within the next like 12 hours or so. I think the island of Guam will try and get it back up. I think they did the same for Sinlaku. Yeah, it's beautiful, but that's ironic because it's also destructive. Like you said, Mammerds, you're right. Just gorgeous structure, but unfortunately it's just causing catastrophic impacts for the Mariana Islands. Right. The most photogenic typhoon I've ever seen. I've seen more photogenic typhoons than this, I'd say. Like Bulavan, Sinaku as well. Do you think, Chase, you're updating on forecast after passing the Mariana Islands? I don't know what you mean by that. If you're saying I'm going to be continuing to update this forecast, I will. I will be issuing another forecast cone tomorrow when it's around here. Another one over here, another one over here. When it's over here, when it's over here. So, like, probably at least another 5 forecasts or so. If you ever want to laugh, look, yeah, I saw the nav gem model wanting it to just peak out at a crazy intensity. Your forecast graphic. Oh, I don't know about updating everything else, like the. I don't know. Like I need time to really work on that. Working on other things like the 2020 animation. Hey guys, my windows has shattered glass all over the place. Inside of my house is flooded. Oh geez, hope you're okay. Just stay hunkered down. The worst of the impacts have already happened. Things will gradually calm down. It's going to be a long, gradual calming down. Okay, it's going to be a little while, but the worst of it has already happened. Okay, you're in your bathroom. The best course of action is sheltering in place. Wait for the system to pass through, or wait for the remainder of the system to pass through. Things are going to be gradually calming down. The worst of it has happened. Okay, things are going to be gradually calming down for you. It's going to be a while, though, before it fully calms down. As of right now, though, still delivering catastrophic to major impacts. As we get to around 1 p.m. this afternoon, things should drop below the major impact threshold. Still seeing some typhoon force winds. By around, this will be around 4 p.m. this afternoon or evening. Then typhoon force winds should stop happening in those areas. Storm force winds should begin stopping by around 7 p.m. tonight, and those gale force winds should be stopping by around midnight. See, Chase Cappuccino says, I just moved inside of my house in the bathroom. My shelter's broken. You just stay hunkered down. Again, the worst of it is likely happening right about now. If it's not already calming. Just stay hunkered down. Things will gradually calm down. Hey, Layton, just stay hunkered down in the bathroom and just wait it out, okay? It's going to be a little bit longer. You've already passed halftime. Okay, you're already halfway through the system. Just got less than another half of it to go. Yes, Miss Fortune says the only part considered good about the landfall is that happen on during the daytime and not at night. Correct. Does halves B exist? Yes, just they don't do runs internationally. They only do runs in the Atlantic. Maybe the Eastern Pacific. I'm not sure about that, but they do it for the Atlantic, not the Western Pacific or other basins across the globe. Curious if Rhoda has a weather station to like actually get observations. How far is the Earth from Rhoda? Don't know what you mean by that. If you mean the system itself, the system's center is roughly 35 kilometers now to the west northwest of. How far is the eye? Yeah, roughly 35 kilometers away on the north northwest side of the system. I think we could even measure distance here. See if this even works. Tools. No, that doesn't work there. Oh, here it is. I see it. Not necessarily draw a polygon, but there we go. Yeah, it's roughly 37 to 38 kilometers to the northwest of Rhoda. The edge of the eye wall is now leaving you. Things should gradually calm down. Hopefully. All right. Again, there's a look at the latest satellite imagery of where the system is going. You got a question here. Do you think Bavi was sub 900 millibars at peak? It's possible. I really want to see observations from the island of Rhoda to really try and figure that out. The half model run does think that um, it has reached a pressure below 900 millibars. So it's certainly possible. Again, I'm going to have to do some more analysis on it to really figure that out. I'm going to spend a couple hours doing that sometime, hopefully when the system's done. And Tuggers, I'm sorry to hear that. Well, I mean, now that the system's leaving the island of Rhoda, the next threat is going to be potentially Taiwan, the Ryukyu or Sakishima Islands of Japan. That's going to be the next thing. We're going to be shifting our focus now from the Marianas soon. This is going to be by tomorrow. Our focus is going to be shifting entirely from the Mariana Islands now over to where it hits in Eastern Asia. If it hits Eastern China, northeastern Taiwan, the Sakishima Islands, or the Ryukyu Islands of Japan. The highest probability, in my opinion, is going to be hitting the Sakishima Islands of Japan. But our shift will also focus onto the western half of the Philippines, which could be seeing torrential rainfall as the system enhances the southwesterly monsoon. And Leighton says from observations in Rhoda, he's seeing outside and seeing a big tree on my sister's car. That would make sense. Do you think the gray parts of this infrared satellite's the eye wall? Not exactly. The eye wall is going to be located right around here, I'd say. So in terms of imagery on here, hard to say. I think that the eye wall is mostly. Let me look at this again here. The eye wall is probably right around. Oops, that's not going to show. I think it's around the red coloring. Where the red coloring is probably where the eye wall is located at. How big is that eye now? Let's take a look at the size of the eye. Its diameter is roughly around 43 kilometers across. Maybe up to around 45 kilometers, actually. So it's quite the massive eye. It's not a pinhole. Not a pinhole at all. A pinhole eye would be around 9 kilometers wide. This one, on the other hand, is like, oops, did not mean to do that. This is going to be, and everyone heard that. This is going to be around, like we said, 45 kilometers wide. This is a pinhole, or this is not a pinhole storm. Pinholes look a lot smaller than this. A pinhole's eye would probably be about this large compared to the size of Super Typhoon Bavi. This is on the larger side of eyes, I'd say. Well, riding out quite the storm, yikes. Yeah, this is a historic storm for the island of Rhoda. Yeah, this eye size maybe on the average side, maybe a little bit above average for tropical cyclone eyes. Damien says, "OMG, I'm late to the live stream landfall coverage. Shame. Don't worry about it. Glad you tuned in. All right, still glad you tuned in. Better late than never." And of course, Tuggers, do you think this typhoon is like Yage? Don't know what you mean by that. Maybe you meant Yaga or Yagi. But thanks for tuning in to the stream, Damien. Again, just briefly going over it, the impacts, there are expected to be marginal impacts for portions of the Philippines here. And slight impacts are even expected for portions of western Mindoro, the western portions of western Visayas, and western Negros Island region. And northeastern Palawan as well. A JMA is forecasting a 900 millibar peak, says Burley Meng. Wow. That is impressive. Whoa, hold on. I'm seeing. You know what? It's. Wow, okay, I'm looking at just some of the satellite imagery that the system's. Like. Hmm. I'm seeing some people estimating this as a Cat 4. I don't really think so. This time, I don't think it's 120 knots. I'm seeing people using radar data to estimate its intensity. I don't think it's weak. I don't think it's a mid-range Cat 4. Some people are going 140 miles an hour. I think it's likely around 160 to 165 miles per hour. Dvorak apparently looks good for the satellite estimates. Let's pull that up. Seems like it's recovering. It's recovering pretty well. Okay, well, it's gatekeeping it from me. Here's what it's looked like before. Very solid Typhoon. Then it started degrading a bit. I mean, I don't think it's really improved that much. Still probably around a Cat 5, though. ATCF has updated 150 knots, 906 millibars. Wow. And so it has weakened some, down to 175 miles per hour, at least according to the Joint Typhoon Warning Center. Wondering when we're going to see this new forecast cone. Yeah, I saw you said that for Masak. Let's see, got a question here. And are we sure that this is an IOL replacement cycle or getting sheared? I don't think we're entirely sure that it's an IOL replacement cycle. I'm pretty confident that that's what it's undergoing. Because we can see double eyewall formation, the secondary eyewall formation on microwave imagery. Well, what is this? It's just an estimate of its wind field, not that great. Here, just taking a look at it. On here, yeah, it's pretty clear to me that there is secondary eyewall formation ongoing with the system. That's what's kind of disrupting its intensity. So we'll likely see this try to complete. That's pretty large though, so it's going to take a while. Probably at least another 24 hours for it to get closer to completing its eyewall replacement cycle. That's just a massive eye. Let me just measure it. So the inner eye's around, I'm just looking at my phone for this. The inner eye's around 22 miles wide. That outer eye, though, is going to be around 80 miles wide, 85 miles wide. It needs to consolidate that, okay, if it wants to take over. So Bavi is in the process of an eyewall replacement cycle, or not yet. Not entirely sure right now. Some of these microwave passes are over 2 hours old. We haven't had a radar frame from the Mariana Islands since 2 hours ago, since the Guam radar's down. We're not entirely sure. I'd be expecting it to be undergoing one right now, like trying to finish off that secondary eyewall formation right around the system, and then we should see it start to degrade that inner eyewall. Can a very sheared typhoon produce more typhoons that are EF3 plus? I'd say so, but EF3 plus tornadoes from tropical cyclones are very rare. But yeah, it'd have to be from a sheared tropical cyclone, most likely. So the question about is Bavi recovering? I don't think so. I think it just looks good. Looks can be deceiving, of course. From satellite, I think it just looks decent, but overall, it's going to be it should be weakening at this time. Okay, as it starts to undergo that eyewall replacement cycle. Guessing the damage reports are pretty bad. Yeah, Leighton says he just saw a house rooftop lift off. Okay. I don't know what you mean, bro. Ling Bang by C6 is possible. Category 6, that's not a thing. If you're oh, wait, hold on. I see. I have a question. Do you think Category 6 is possible? I saw that question now. Um, I don't think they're ever going to make one. And I don't think that this system, there isn't a Category 6. So there's no way for this to become one. If it was one, though, I think the hypothetical intensity was 195 miles per hour. I don't think it's going to be able to reach that intensity anymore. Can a typhoon slab a home clean off its foundation? Um, hmm. Really depends if the home is just not well built. In terms of the Wikipedia colors for Cat 6, there is already a hypothetical hurricanes Wikipedia that does have Category 6, and it's more of a dark reddish color. If you look at my channel and look at like the Hurricane Colin animation, look at the Wikipedia link, you can see um, the 2027 article and see kind of all the colors. How big is Typhoon Bavi right now? Well, the wind field is assessed with low confidence with how big it is. We're not quite sure how big that wind field is. But guesstimating it from the halves A model run, that wind field's diameter is around 450 nautical miles or around 850 kilometers wide. That is expected to potentially double as we get further in time, up to around 1,200 kilometers wide. Ah, okay, thank you, Misfortune. Did not know that. Yeah, guys, can you tell me how many ads are playing? Like how many ads you've been seeing? I don't know about it. I've been not clicking the insert ad button on purpose. Just hoping it's not too excessive. I don't want it to be an annoying experience for you all. I'm wondering, like, how frequently are you getting them? So, like, 5 of them, okay. Guessing that's over the past 2 to 3 hours, so that's not bad. Yeah, so since you're seeing them without me pressing the insert ad button, I'm not gonna insert ads. Right now, if you haven't already, please consider subscribing to the channel. We're down to 34 subscribers away from the big 7K. Trying to reach that by the time the storm dissipates. But not counting, okay, yeah. Ads every 15 minutes, that's not bad, I don't think. Why was the NavGem forecasting a 223 knot peak yesterday for Bavi? Not quite sure. The model's, I believe, pretty old and just not that good, to be honest. So I think that that's why it was going so bullish. That's the same like reasoning for the HWRF model run. It's not that good of a model. Berlin says, for me, the most disappointing part about Bavi is that the storm is about hitting a U.S. territory, but didn't even bother to send recons. Well, the Western Pacific is no longer doing recon flights since like a while ago. It'd be nice, though, if they started doing that up again. But just having a radar alone is good for me. Like, that's really good if they kept it online, though. Yeah, recon data would be very nice in the Western Pacific. But I can't complain due to funding. If we just have a radar, that's fine. 32 subscribers away. Thank you all so much for the support. Why does a random model predict a Bavi becoming 250 miles per hour plus just because it's not that good of a model? It shows things that aren't possible. That's why. Wonder how long another Winston would happening in the southern hemisphere of the South Pacific. Not quite sure. How's Bavi's eye wall doing? I'm not sure. Not really sure. We can't get a. We can't look at the at what's happening under the hood of the system. We can only see what it's looking like based on views from space. Why does this thing look like a horror monster? Well, it pretty much is. Okay, this system is a beast. It is frankly a monster. It's a beautiful one at that, okay, but this is a very destructive beast. I believe the Joint Typhoon Warning Center said it's 150 knots. Isn't that up there? I believe they've lowered it down to 170 knots as of the most recent update. Should be seeing a new forecast cone come out within the next hour or two, hopefully. Is Bavi going to be going under an eyewall replacement cycle and make it close approach to the Philippines? It is undergoing an eyewall replacement cycle, likely right about now. It's hard to tell. I'm trying to figure out if I can spot it at all. Not really. Can't really see it too well. I see a little bit of emotes, but not too much. It's not too noticeable. I think I can actually kind of spot it right in here, kind of is where the moat is starting to develop. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so I can see a little bit of emotes of it trying to start right in through here. A little bit of a gap. It continues throughout here. It's trying. It's going to be barely noticeable. Maybe I can play a loop of it. It's going to take a while. But in terms of reaching closer to the Philippines, I don't think it will. Maybe a wobble to the southwest ultimately leads it a little bit closer, but even at that, I think it's just going to be moving away from the Philippines as we get to around 3 days out from now. Remember when Typhoon Bavi was forecast to reach 885 millibars? Don't remember which model you're talking about, but Yes, I do remember when the system was forecasted to be like insanely deep pressure. Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Okay, yeah. But overall, it's just the eyewall replacement cycle stunted its intensification. Maybe after it completes this one, it will be a much stronger system. Not quite sure though, as it's gonna not really have the chance to have a pinhole eye. It's too large. Tucker says, I think 100% that the Sinlaku devastated houses are destroyed. Probably. When is it about to hit the Marianas or at the Philippine Sea? Don't know what you're talking about there. Dragon Rush Hurricane Trackers ask, let's see here. What do you think about the Euro saying Bavi would reach an 879 millibar peak? I think at one point it went 871 millibars as its forecasted peak. I don't think anymore though. Let me just double check that it's not showing that anymore. What's its peak pressure? Down in the 910s, looks like. I just think it was going a little bit too bullish on its peak intensity. It thought it would be, like a powerful Cat 5 for a long enough time that the pressure just keeps lowering and lowering and lowering. Um, Overall, though, I just think that at the time that it gets that big, the eyewall replacement cycles are going to really take a toll on it, and it's going to be too massive for its own good. Why does Typhoons replace their eyewall instead of keeping the old one? Sometimes Typhoons like to keep their original eyewall. It just has to do with how low is the shear, how favorable is the environment to even form an eyewall, okay? Sometimes when the environment is very favorable, we'll see an eyewall start developing around it to choke it out. If there's banding everywhere around the system, that's why it forms it. It's trying to form it because the inner eye gets a little bit too small, too weak, not really doing a great job of conserving all that energy. Takes almost 3 hours of streaming. Yes, and I'm expected to keep going. This is one of the most. Let me just take a look here. This is going to be now. Let's see, 7.3 thousand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ninth, like the ninth most popular live stream I've done, I think. So I'm going to keep it going. Chase, Taiwan once forecasted Bavi to reach 885 millibars. Wow. Monty Steele says, hi, good night, bro. I'm from Trinidad. How are you? Where are you? What country exactly doing broadcast from? Um, Hello, I am from the United States, actually, covering a system out here in the Western Pacific in the Mariana Islands. What is the highest max wind speed ever that any cyclone could reach up to? That gets a little bit tough. Hypothetically, I'd say around 215 to 225 miles per hour. We have seen things likely reach 215 miles per hour. So do you think the Batanas and Babuan Islands of Cagayan could get some storm surge? I do think so. Possibly some rough waves, though. We can even pull that up. That's a good idea. Let's take a look at the wave heights. Oops, not that. I meant to do this. Here's a look at those wave heights. Yes, so I think that's some surge would be possible for portions of the Babuan and Batanes Islands and maybe even Cagayan. It's just going to be such a massive system. Those wave heights are going to be up to around, let's see, 15 to 20 feet. Some areas, yeah, up to 21 feet. Just going to be around 7 meters or so. All right. Heard the World Cup. England's doing pretty good, I guess. Wonder what that score is. Misfortune mentions it. 2 goals in 2 minutes or so. That's pretty interesting. Wow. Well, pretty interesting looks like in the more recent time. All right. Imagine having a house that survived Sodolo or Yutu, Mawar, Sinlaku, and now a fifth typhoon is coming. I mean, these homes are built to last. Okay, they're built with super typhoons in mind. Can Bavi exit the cone of uncertainty? And what do models want it to go for another system in the Western Pacific? Well, let's say storms will only exit the cone of uncertainty less than 10% of the time. At least my forecasted cone of uncertainty. So it is possible, but it's unlikely. There's like about an equal chance that it goes off to this direction or this direction. Very low, like a 5% chance probably. But in this case, I'm pretty certain that it's going to be going this direction. I'm pretty certain, like 95% chance it stays in this cone of uncertainty. And then what do the models want that other system to go? Pretty much this kind of trajectory, looks like. I have it marked here with a 40% chance of development out there, down over here. In terms of what do the models want that system to do, we go over that here. All right, looking at the various model runs, we're going to start off with the American model run. Jeez, this is a mistake here. Look at all the shenanigans that happen in this. I don't really expect one's like a tropical storm in China, another's like a typhoon out to sea, another one's headed towards Japan. Man, I don't trust the GFS model run. Let's move over to the European model. It does have the system forming by the Mariana Islands and hooking out to. Okay, this is absurd. Here we got one, two, three, four different tropical cyclones trying to develop across the Western Pacific. This is why I don't trust this model run as well. I'll show the German run first. The system just keeps it a broad area of low pressure through the Marianas. I trust the European AI model run the most. In terms of where it's expected to track, looking at the 18Z model, it does have it hooking off towards the north and then eventually moving off towards the Ryukyu Islands of Japan. The 12Z run, on the other hand, does have it moving a little bit more on the western side through the Sakishima Islands of Japan and then heading into China. We also have another disturbance to be watching out for after that. One of the bands will become the main eyewall later on. Pretty much, that's what we saw with some of the radar frames. Let's see if I can even pull that up again. And there we go. This band out here is pretty much going to be this. A radar frame is like 2 hours at a date or so, but this outer band's going to become the new eye wall. We can see just how organized it is over Guam. So I think that that's just going to really consolidate into the new eye wall. Now, Bavi has the potential of reaching 898 millibars before getting into cooler waters, and we could be seeing a sub 900 millibar super typhoon out of this in the Philippines Sea. It's already has such an incredibly low pressure right now for a low end Cat 5. If it completes its IOL replacement cycle, you could expect it to become a sub 900 millibar system. Like if it's actually organized enough, it maintains its CDO, like maintains its structure overall. We could be seeing this reach a pressure of sub 900 millibars. How large is the storm surge? 6 to 9 feet is what the National Weather Service in Guam is expecting out of the system. Refreshing it here, we don't have another update just yet. To see when the next update is expected. 3 p.m. at Chamorro Standard Time. That's in a little while. Right, yeah, 4 typhoons are possible. This would be a crazy month for July. All right, then that's why the Euro AI run has its. Yeah, I think the Euro AI is doing a better job at forecasting where it's going to be going. Overall, I think it did a great job for this system for Super Typhoon Bavi. Macala was absorbed by Higo's extratropical storm. Both they pretty much got all absorbed into the same extratropical cyclone. Yeah, Bavi looks incredible right now. On infrared imagery, I'm not quite sure. It does look like your solid major typhoon with a very solid eye. But looking at like visible imagery, that's when we look like a beautiful super typhoon. Any footage out of Rhoda as of right now? Not entirely sure. Let me just check my Discord server if anyone's posted anything there. Um, let's see. Not really seeing much footage from here because most people in Reddit. Well, there's. I think that was proven to be false. I'm not sure, but most people have their internet connection wiped out that they're not really able to send videos. Nibius, come on now. What is this update gap? Well, I mean, there isn't much to really update on, okay? They mentioned that it's going to be catastrophic impacts, all that kind of stuff. Nothing's really expected to change. The system's still delivering major impacts. So it's fine with them releasing the update around 3 o'clock. What are your next animation plans after Bavi or Masak and or Masak? Definitely, or yeah, well, I was gonna say Bavi, but I meant the 2020 animation, the 2020 Atlantic hurricane season animation. Then gonna work on another hypothetical typhoon, and then another hypothetical hurricane cyclone typhoon combination. This is going to be an interesting one. I'm going to cook up. Then I'm going to start working on the 2026 Western Pacific hypothetical. That's the goal. Yes. Let's see. Luke says just regular satellite. It looks impressive. However, on infrared it looks mid. Yeah, you're right on that. That's a great explanation for it. Can Baguio City be affected by Bavi? Let me pull up that location real quick. I think I know where it is. Let me just double check. Yeah, there we go. It's up there. In terms of impacts, what I like to consider marginal impacts here is anywhere that's going to be in the yellow coloring by around, let's see, this point right here. So I would be considering Baguio to see marginal impacts from Super Typhoon Bavi. That's just going to be in the form of rain. They're going to be seeing some light rain. After that forecast, though, they do get hit with a little bit more rain, then things calm down. So this will be likely happening on, this would be overnight Friday into Saturday morning. Looks like maybe Friday also sees impacts, and portions of Thursday, I'm not quite sure, but later in the week. See here, just regular satellite. Guam is the first place I ever saw concrete power poles. Interesting, yeah. And they're really prepared for these super typhoons. Layden says, "Does this mean I have to sleep in my bathroom?" Depends. Like overall conditions will improve as we go further on into the night for those for you in the island of Rhoda. So you're just trying to pull up the wind forecast for the island of Rhoda. Try to see roughly how things might improve and how quickly they might improve. So typhoon force winds will likely continue up to around 4 p.m. this afternoon in the early evening hours. Storm force wind should be lightening up by around 7 p.m. This night, and then overnight hours. That's when those gale force winds will stop. So it's up to you. If it's safe in your bedroom, then you can sleep there. But if it's not safe there, then yeah, you'll want to sleep in your bathroom. Um, let's see here. Is Western Pacific passing 100 ACE under my analysis? Not quite sure, as I haven't really calculated the full-on ACE for Maysac or Bavi. How many named storms in the systems in the Western Pacific so far? I think we're at 10. Yeah, misfortune. I'll see about the hypothetical. I forget how many storms I'm doing and how many are entering the Philippine Air Responsibility. I've worked on like half of it so far, at least figuring out their tracks. Now I'm curious, does Pegasa retire storms that don't hit the Philippines? Like you were saying with Inday maybe get retired, this system. Um, will they retire systems that enter the Philippine Air Responsibility, do no damage to the Philippines, but impact other areas? So it is a good idea to take a shelter in a basement. Or is it a good idea? Well, it depends. If flooding is going to be a concern, if that basement gets flooded, then no, it is not. Why does during El Nino season Altanine typhoon forms just like to recurve, just like Gaimi in 2024? Just overall, systems like to form farther off to the east, and when storms form farther to the east, they're able to strengthen quicker. And then once they strengthen quicker, then they start getting picked up by troughs. finding gaps and ridges. They're overall just able to find an escape route quicker. If this was La Nina year, though, then things are more off towards the west, or a neutral year, just off towards the west. That's when more systems hit the Philippines. That's pretty much why. We will 100% have number 15 typhoons impacting the South China Sea. Not quite sure. Mindanao, yep. Bavi's ace is 23.6 according to CSU. Well, something we can actually look at here is going to be the estimated ace from the Google DeepMind Ensemble members. How much ace is it expected to generate? This is just how much additional ace is expected out of it. If it's generated already 23.6 ace, it's expected to generate another 34.6 ace or so. So we could be seeing around, let's see, 23 and 35 in this case. That would be around 58 ace units. So this would be a huge ace maker for the Western Pacific. It's not even halfway done yet. The other disturbance after that, how much ace could this generate? This one could generate another 12 ace or so, at least by the end of the forecast period. I'm wondering if they've added something else here. Why I'm seeing other track lines. Oh, whoa. Okay, we got a lot of controls here. Not going to do this. That's nice, though. Oh, yeah, and we can take a look at the satellite imagery in a 3D view of the system. Let's go to here. Let's take a look at the 3D view of it. Look at how powerful this monster of a super typhoon is. Let's do this. What's this one? Shoot, did not mean to do that. Whoops. Okay, well, I guess we're generating this. My bad. But here's a look at the 3D scan of this super typhoon. There's Rhoda down there, just to the bottom there of that eye wall, just to the bottom of the eye. Yo, that's actually pretty cool. All right, now let's just do orbit. Yeah, just go back to this here. Again, though, you can just see that divots in that eye there. You'd see just the heights there. Let me go it like this. Like a rough idea of just the eye compared to the system, or compared to Rhoda. Incredible storm. Let's go back to no degree tilts here. Go back to this kind of orientation where it's at right now. So I guess that this is a more accurate version of its height. Yeah, you can see just the 3D scan of just the system there on the edges. Do you think that La Nina worse in Philippines than El Nino? I'd say so. I think so because more storms are likely to impact them then. Chase, do you consider Typhoon Gaimi and Usagi from 2024 Category 5 super typhoons? Yes, I do. Gaimi at 165 miles per hour, and I think Usagi's at 175 miles per hour. So they're not minimal Cat 5s. And Kraton too? Kraton, no. I think I have that at 150 or 155 miles per hour. Yeah, nice. Google AI had ACE estimation. Yeah, that's pretty helpful. This website's really good. TC Atlas Real Time Monitor. Amazing website. I highly recommend that. Can the Eye of Bavi be destroyed if it landfalls in Taiwan? Normally, I'd say yes, like the system would just get destroyed. But looking at the half-say model runs of it, if it makes landfall on the northern edge of it, it still may be able to keep intact somewhat of an eye wall. If it goes over central portions, though, I guess this doesn't show it. Maybe one of these runs will show it. No? Okay, only this one shows it, but I mean, maybe if it hits central Taiwan, then overall its eye wall will get shattered. And again, if you haven't already, please consider subscribing to the channel as I do updates like these on systems that impact areas in the Western Pacific. So if you want to stay up to date in your location and what kind of impacts you could be getting, be sure to subscribe to the channel. We're down to around 32 subscribers away before we reach 7,000, trying to reach that before the system dissipates. Hopefully the system will be gone soon, okay? But unfortunately, we're likely going to have to deal with this for the next week. And if you have any questions about this system or other systems, you can always ask them in the chat, and I will answer them in the order that it's received. Again, I try to answer every question I get in the chat. Tuggers says, here's what I predict Bavi's end. It will recurve as Category 3, sparing Taiwan that impacts Shanghai, that impacts South Korea after it transforms into an extratropical storm, the northern Honshu. That's possible, okay? JG Adventures says, Chase, could this season is Ace beat 1997 possibly at the rate it's going? Love your videos, by the way. Thank you so much. I think if there was a season that could beat it, it would be this one, okay? I'm gonna just pull this up on, I'll pull it up on stream right now. Looking at climatology, what are we at with Ace? Where is it? I swear there's a website here for climatology. Maybe I'm not seeing it. Where is it? Oh, wait, is it not even on this? I think I'm looking in the wrong place. Let me look at... I think I'm looking at the wrong website. My bad. Let me just... I'm trying to look at the climatology for ACE. I think it's this other website that has it. Maybe no. Not here. Okay, let me just... All right. We'll look it up on another thing. Maybe it's on current analysis. Maybe model data. Satellite radar. Current storms. Sea surface temperature analysis. It's not going to be in METAR data. All right, let me look. Okay, it is on here. It's just not on a... Okay, found it. I think. Yeah, there we go. ACE graphs. That's what I was looking for. Well, wait, do we not have it? Oh, okay. Well, I guess it's not working. But we do have a solution here. I do know someone who has a great website, I think, that will show it. Sorry about this, just trying to find it. Please work. Yes, okay. Geez, a little bit on the laggy side, but we can work with this. Jeez. There we go. Okay. This is a website called AAA Tropics. Whoops. Let me copy this again. Not this one right here. This is a website made by my good friend Adler here, which does show, ooh, this is a really nice website. They've done a great job updating it. That's why it's a little bit laggy briefly. We can take a look at a lot of different things. Man, this website's really good. Tropical cyclone climatology. Let's look at the Western Pacific. In terms of ACE, we're ranked number 8. 1997 was ranked number 6. We're only 10 ACE units behind there. We'll likely be surpassing that over the next. This would be the next rank trajectory here. I mean, we've been in the top 10 for this recent month here. But yeah, I think that we're going to be we will be surpassing 1997 briefly. Here's a look at where 1997 was. Again, really good website, by the way, how it just shows all the different years. 2004, it's going to be a struggle to get up to there, but 1976 could be reaching up that high. Again, we got another like 30 ACE units to gain, so that is possible that we could beat there. 2015, I think we might be able to, well, not exactly. They were getting a lot of ACE at this time as well. 1957, we'll probably beat that. 1958, briefly beating that probably. 1997, looks like we'll beat that. In 1971, beating that as well. Do you want to see more things on their website here? Let's see. How does this work? Just briefly gonna test this out. Oh, well, there we go. We got satellite imagery down here. Beautiful imagery of this super type. Wow, this website's really nice. I like this a lot. GIF can also be made. That's great. Well, I really like this website. This is really nice. This is a website I'd recommend that you all may start using. This is good for some tropical satellite views. Ooh, it's good. Okay, so that's the frame that I just generated. So you can generate your own satellite plots here. This is again made by my good friend Adler. AAA Tropics. Pretty good website. I'm just checking out some other things with this here. So we can look at true color. We got shortwave IR. It's kind of imagery. Then we got more things like lower water vapor. We got Dvorak technique as well with the system. Of course, just the clean IR though. All right. Now let's go back to the questions system. Sorry about that. It was just looking through some things. Oh geez, hopefully this didn't lag things too much. Doesn't seem like it did. Oops, let me just do this. All right, let me go back up here. Sorry, but let me just scroll back up to where we were. I've read possible monsoon rains across most of the Philippines. Yes, that is definitely possible with this system, which is why I'm highlighting much of the western Philippines with a possibility, or with the expectation that they will be seeing at least marginal impacts. Some areas could even see slight impacts from the system. Chase, do you plan to do the 2025-26 Southern Hemisphere season animation? Like, I'm not going to be doing that. That's just, in my opinion, it's not worth it. I'm going to be mainly focusing on the Atlantic and Western Pacific. Yeah, the storm did reach Category 5 intensity. I'm seeing some videos with rota damage. Yep. One year since Dennis, by the way. Don't remember that storm exactly. Let me just look at my live streams briefly to see if I covered that system. Dennis. Okay, not exactly sure if that was Wu Tip, if that was... Which storm was that? That was going to be... Not quite sure. Two ads in the span of like 10 minutes. Sorry about that. Jeez, you should be a millionaire by now with the amount of ads. Sorry about that, okay? Chase Reed Timmer's chasing Bavi. I don't think he is. I think Aaron Rigsby is doing the chasing and Jordan Hall. Kenneth asks, alrighty, what's the situation? Well, the situation is the system is still a Category 5 super typhoon, likely undergoing an IOL replacement cycle. We will see the system potentially weaken down to a Category 4, then potentially even re-strengthen back to a Cat 5 super typhoon within the next 36 hours or so. It's still a Cat 5 right now, just expected to dip down in intensity, then go right back up. After that, though, by around day 2 to day 5, the system will gradually weaken as it curves off to the northwest. It is going to curve away from the Philippines, but they will still be seeing impacts as the overall circulation is going to be enhancing that southwesterly monsoon, bringing some potential flooding along the western portions of the Philippines. Taiwan is expected to see marginal to slight impacts, at least those impacts during the next 5 days will likely get upgraded as we head into tomorrow. Major impacts are possible for the Sekishima Islands of Japan. Catastrophic impacts are ongoing right now for the island of Rota, likely going down to major impacts at this point, and moderate impacts are still going on for Guam and Tinian and Saipan with those typhoon force winds. So that's kind of the situation as to where the system's going. Is it dumping really heavy rain? Yes, possibly up to 12 to 20 inches of rain across the Mariana Islands. Let's see, by the way, Chase, and I hope to become a hurricane meteorologist. Last year was my first season tracking storms. Well, welcome to the tropical community. Glad to have you here. I wish you luck in your adventures tracking tropical cyclones. It's very fun. Okay, I remembered back when I was your age, they were doing that. So it's a very interesting activity tracking all these super typhoons, major hurricanes, major cyclones all across the globe. Can you explain the meaning of ACE? That's a good question. Okay, ACE is pretty much every 6 hours or so, we analyze a tropical cyclone as to how intense it is, okay? Maybe at, let's say 2 o'clock, let's say 2 p.m. or so, it has winds of 100 knots. All right, then at, let's say 8 p.m., 6 hours later, winds of 120 knots, just all an example here. And then, let's say 12, or sorry, 2 a.m. Let me undo that real quick. Going on into 2 a.m. there the next day. It's up to around, instead of 120 knots, 140 knots, okay? So this is pretty much how we calculate ACE. Every one of these time frames has a certain amount of ACE. 100 knots generates 1 unit of ACE. 1.00. 120 knots generates, I don't know how much ACE, but like 1 point, let's say 1.2, for example. Let's just say, don't know the exact number. And 140 knots, let's just say that generates 1.4 ACE. Just for simplicity's sake, I know that these aren't the numbers. This is the one number I know for sure. And then we add those units all together. It's basically an indication of how long is a storm strong. How many times have storms been strong for long periods of time? And so it's also kind of a calculation of how well storms are avoiding land. Because of course, as soon as a storm hits land, it quickly weakens and fizzles out. Whereas a storm that avoids land could go on for a long amount of time and then just generate a large amount of ACE. That's basically what ACE is. So when we say that 1997 had the most amount of ACE from a season in history across the globe, that just means a lot of the storms were strong and they avoided land for long amounts of time. Okay, they were out in open waters for a majority of their lives. So that's what ACE is. So when we say a storm's going to generate accumulated cyclone energy of like 60 units, that's a lot. That means it's staying a powerful storm over water for a long period of time. Strongest hurricane in the Atlantic was Hurricane Irma. Not the strongest. It's the most ACE generated. Or is it? No, it's not. I don't think. I don't remember what it is. But in terms of strongest storm, I think it was. Don't remember exactly if it was Melissa or what storm, Wilma. One of those storms. To forecast, which model would you recommend me to use? In terms of tropical cyclones, Google DeepMind all the way. Okay. This model is amazing for forecasting tropical cyclones. And if you're not going to use that, then use the Euro AI. That's also a very solid model. AI models are, in my opinion, better than the others. And then if you're not going to be using this, I wouldn't even use the GFS or any of those kind of things. I'd use the half-say hurricane model. A lot of the times when I make my forecasts, I combine the half-say model with the Google DeepMind ensembles. That's all I do, really. Some of the times I only use the Google DeepMind ensembles. It's just such a solid model. Yes, that's a good question, or a good statement, misfortune. Yeah, you have to have gale force winds. You have to be a tropical storm at least to be generating ACE. So tropical depressions like Ameng don't count. Do you think Bavi is the second strongest of the year? I'd say so. Chase, do you think Super Typhoon Bavi may surpass Typhoon Tip if it intensifies more and goes under a pressure of 870 millibars? I don't think it's going to do that. I don't think it's going to have a chance to beat it. Never say never, though. I think it's possible that it could like if it just surprises us all. I just think it's very unlikely. Has the eye passed the islands? Yes, it has. Here's a look at the Mariana Islands compared to the storm. So the worst impacts have now passed the island of Rota. Catastrophic impacts are no longer happening on the island. It's major impacts. So major typhoon force winds are still happening in the island of Rota. That's a good thing, though, that now no longer expecting catastrophic impacts from the system. We've been expecting that for multiple days now. Now, no longer during the next 5 days. The highest level of impacts is major. Still, Tinian, Saipan, and Guam are likely experiencing moderate winds or moderate impacts with those typhoon force winds. Down as 2025. Ah, yes, I remember that storm. Taiwan. I will not know why Neoguri's second peak was so northerly. Okay, that's pretty easy to explain. It's what we call a jet interaction. Whenever storm is moving in the northeastern direction, like Neoguri was there, it undergoes what we call a jet interaction, which I can't really show a great example of it. let's just say this storm or was kind of undergoing one. Pretty much a storm will be hooking off to the north, and its outflow will be giving its like. I don't really know if there's a great way to show it on here. Maybe one of the earlier runs of this storm we're showing it. Maybe there we go. That's a run of it. Here's a Typhoon Bavi, where it was expected to go like a week ago or so. Looking at the jet interaction, this is the jet stream right here, which it's amazing for vacuuming out heat from the center of the storm. And so as the center of it gets closer to the jet, that outflow, that exhaust from it, gets all sucked out there, which basically allows it to quickly intensify, quickly take advantage of the heat. Pretty good at its efficiency. It's pretty effective at using those warm waters. So overall, it rapidly intensifies when it undergoes a jet interaction. So that's why Niagara peaked up so far north, is it was feeling the influence of that jet. But after, though, you'll see that the winds there start to increase a lot over the center. That's when it starts shearing the storm. So jet interactions do allow for it to intensify quite quickly, but it also tears it apart, as we can see right here. With one of the expectations of Bavi, they're just getting torn apart at the end of that run. New forecast track for the Joint Typhoon Warning Center is out. Thanks for letting me know about that. There it is again, 175-mile-an-hour winds. By Monday, this would be at 12 Zulu time would be... Okay, this would be by tonight. Should still be 165-mile-an-hour Category 5. By tomorrow morning, should be a 165-mile-an-hour, still Category 5. Then it intensifies by tomorrow night, becoming a 175-mile-an-hour super typhoon, about the same intensity it is now. After that, it is expected to weaken. This would be Wednesday morning with winds of 165 miles an hour. Still a super typhoon. Still a Category 5 by Wednesday night. And weakens down to a high-end Category 4 super typhoon on Thursday morning. By Friday morning, it's down to a 145-mile-an-hour mid-range Cat 4. And then by Saturday morning, a 125-mile-an-hour high-end Category 3. Pretty interesting to see it showing such a strong typhoon at this point. I was forecasting it to be around 90 knots at this point, where their forecast is calling for 110 knots, so very strong. A major typhoon rolling through the Sakishima Islands. Wondering how this is compared to their... Is this their most recent run or no? See this? Okay, that is their most recent run. Let me see if I can pull up the older run. Nope, that's not the older one either. Okay, well, this is their most recent forecast cone. And we can see that the area of potential gale force winds does include the northern portions of Luzon, nearly the Katanawanas as well, the entirety of Taiwan, a large portion of China, including Shanghai, all expected to see, or with the potential to see gale force winds. Wondering when their prognostic reasoning is going to be coming out. This is for Advisory 20, so their discussion is not out yet. Yeah, we can see the center of the forecast, or center of where it went, just north of Rhoda. So this would not be a landfall according to the Joint Typhoon Warning Center, but I consider it a landfall as the entire system, or the entire island, is in that eye. Do you think Bavi would possibly miss China? It is possible. I think I went over that there's like a 78% chance that it makes landfall in China. Ooh, but now the probability is kind of dwindling down. The probability that it misses China, let's see, 1, 2... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Like maybe a 20 to 30% chance that it misses China. Gonna say there's around a 70 to 80% chance that it does make landfall in China. Well, interesting fact, Typhoon Regasa had fish coming out on the streets in Macau. That's interesting. Probably from the surge, I'd guess. Hurricane Chaser Chase, will it make another landfall? Looks like it. Possibly in the Sakishima Islands, possibly in Taiwan, possibly the Ryukyu Islands of Japan, possibly more likely mainland China. And then it's possible it could make landfall in the Korean Peninsula. 2026 is night and day basically compared to 2025 in this basin. Yes. This typhoon refuses to become a Category 5. I mean, yeah, pretty much according to the Joint Typhoon Warning Center forecast, they aren't expecting it to weaken down a Cat 4. It's going to struggle, though, as a 165 mile an hour Cat 5. That's not minimal Cat 5, but that's still in the lower end compared to where it was. Stenguin says, I think this season is busier than 2025. I think it already is by a lot. We can see that on here and with climatology. In the Western Pacific, comparing this to 2025, we were at 0 ace at this point. Well, actually, never mind. It's not. It doesn't even show here. My bad. That's cool. We can see the currents, like what's going on in the Western Pacific. That's really cool. Ooh, Cyclo Lab. What's this? Wow, this is actually really nice. The Winfield history. This is a pretty cool website. And of course, satellite imagery of the system. Okay, something fishy happened here. The color scale kind of changed a bit. I kind of like that. It's easier to see now. I'm guessing Adler's making changes with the website. Scatterometer pass they have as well. Whoa, that's really nice. Shoot, did not mean to do that. Eek. Oh wow, this is a really cool website. Look at this. This animation showing where all the systems were. Nice. We can see how the ace has increased over time. Oh yes, I remember the island inside of Moranti's eye. If Korea landfall must miss China. I mean, Korea landfall, yeah, it's, you know what, maybe, yeah. I think if it misses China, like, if Korea is going to get a landfall, it's probably going to have to miss China. Because if it does hit China, it's probably going to transition into a post-tropical cyclone. Can you pin the link of the website you're using? Sure. Here, I'll send it in the chat. It's a pretty good website here showing what we're ranked at based on the basin. We also have ocean temperature analysis. So that's pretty cool. And model analysis. This is also going to be a little bit interesting looking at the half-say model. Clean IR, how does this work? Does this look nice? I guess it just doesn't work. Oh, there it is. I'm not quite sure if I believe it here, but man, it has it as a massive eye. Okay, so we can see so many different things here. Tropopause temperature, I believe. Oh, jeez, don't crash. Just close out of it for now. But that's the website. Let's see here. Oh geez, other softwares are a little bit laggy right now. Just because I have so many things up running. Yeah, it looks like my Discord crashed. Let me load up that again. But yeah, again, the system is now leaving the island of Rota. They're only seeing now major impacts, which is still devastating for that area. But the catastrophic impacts are over there. It's been downgraded now to major impacts. This is that longest stream since Melissa? I think it's longer than Melissa's live stream. I'm trying to do a little bit of longer live streams now. Oh yeah, longest live stream since Melissa, I believe. Let me just check the latest. And so we're going for like roughly 4 hours or so, just checking all my live streams. Oh, froze again. Okay. Going through them in terms of Foong Wong, that was up to around 2.5 hours at the longest. Melissa was 3.5 hours to 4 hours. So yeah, this would be the longest stream since Hurricane Melissa. Shoot. Sorry about that again. 7,000 subscribers coming soon. Yeah, thank you all so much for all the support. We're 16 subscribers away from 7,000. If you haven't already, please consider subscribing, as this helps keep you stay up to date and it helps spread the word to other people who may be in the threat zone, who don't really know what to do under these kind of situations. It helps give them the most recent information when I do these live streams. Is the radar for Bavi now back? I'll check. It was full. My bad. My bad. Sorry about that. But the radar is still down, unfortunately. So we can't really get a decent look at what's happening in the system, at least from radar imagery. But we can see from satellite imagery a vertical heat tower, like a burst of a thunderstorm developing on the southwest side, wrapping around, showing that inner eye wall is fighting back. Okay. I'm subbed already. Yeah, thank you so much for subscribing to the channel. Do you think make 7,000 subscribers before the end of the stream? Not entirely sure. Oops, let me go back to this loop of the storm. Oops, did not mean to do that there. Okay, let me just do this. Just doing some math real quick. So that would be 1. This would be okay, that, right. Yeah, so I'll likely keep it going. I'll keep the stream going for like another, at least like 30 minutes or so, I think. Wonder if Bavi is doing a full eyewall replacement cycle or merger. More likely an eyewall replacement cycle. It's got to be hard to do a merger when that outer eyewall is just so massive. So, I mean, we could hit 7,000 subscribers by the end of the stream. We're 16 subscribers away. So if you haven't, please be sure to subscribe. This will be in day, right? Yes. The system is expected to enter the Philippine Area of Responsibility, which is, I believe, this. Whoops, let me draw that better. You know what? I forget. I can draw it using this tool. The Philippine Area of Responsibility is going to be right around here. Something like this or so. So yeah, it is expected to enter the Philippine Area of Responsibility. There's like no chance that it doesn't enter it. So it's pretty much guaranteed to get the name in day in around the next 48 hours or so. Seems like maybe the Twitter post got some. Let me just look if there's any questions on Facebook or. Shoot, not that. Oops. And briefly checking on the Twitter thing to see if there's any chat messages there. It doesn't seem like it. There we go. Chase, can you still stream? Because when it hits 11 a.m. Philippine time, maybe Pegasa will release its track. Sure, I'll try to. Speaking of Pegasa, I'm wondering what theirs looks like right now. In terms of tropical cyclones, no active tropical cyclone outside the Philippine area responsibility? Huh. Cyclone bulletin. So have they not been issuing anything? Because there's kind of an elephant in the room right over here. Yeah, I guess that this is the system right there. It's still a super typhoon in their Facebook. Yeah, I've seen that. Ms. Fortune says, for the Google AI model, I must use a VPN quite a lot, LMAO. It isn't available in Argentina, sadly, so I have to use VPNs to access. Well, for me to access it very quickly and get like data very quickly, I use Visual Studio Code. I just copy the link from the data. This is what a lot of people do. Here, I can show you a tip. In their weather lab, if you click on that download data icon on the top right of the screen, you'll find something that gives you like a download link. You're able to just copy that and like ask ChatGPT or some sort of AI to generate you a code that can kind of read that data, give you the ensemble mean, like in this case, the ensemble mean only, and just ask it to give you the data. Otherwise, though, if you want to see it visualized in a great website, then yeah, just of course use the VPN. But that moat is starting to become a little bit clearer at the end of that run right there. I feel like I'm starting to see it more right around there. Maybe it's visible on here as well. Oh yeah, there it is. You can see it right on here. I at least think it's becoming more visible. Man, what a beauty. Wow. Yeah, you can see that convective burst, like those thunderstorms towering along the southwestern side. It's trying to fight back. Is Bavi going northeast of the cone? I mean, the cone was released very recently, but yeah, has made a little bit of a wobble to the north. Which is again why I think that this cone will be shifted further to the north. I don't think it's, or kind of like where it's at right now. I just don't think it's going to be impacting Taiwan directly. That could change though. Luke says, definitely can see that I will replace in cyclone motion. Yes. Not as much on infrared imagery though. Still looks pretty solid. Okay, look at that burst of convection firing around the southern end. The eye wall's trying to fight back. Do you think a death band could impact Taiwan from Super Typhoon Bavi? Not, I don't think so because overall, when it hits, when it finally strikes there, by that point, it's just going to be a lot of topographic lift, just dumping buckets of heavy rainfall there. Maybe we'll be able to see that in the zoomed out view. Yeah, just insane rainfall totals. Could be in that major to catastrophic impact category. Let me briefly check the microwave imagery, see if we got anything new. Nope, 2242 Zulu was the last microwave pass we have. I did hear wonder when an eye will replacement cycle here, roughly. Not quite sure. I do kind of like this blue box of the Philippine Air Responsibility. It's from 25 north to 20 north, and a diagonal line from 20 north to 10 north. I don't think that's the diagonal line, right? I think this is the diagonal line, then this is the straight one. Well, this has now become the fourth most popular live stream I've ever done. So I want to thank you again all so much for the support. I can't believe that this is the fourth most popular. This is the second most popular storm ever that I've done a live stream on, partially due to how long the live stream is. The only thing that's stopping Bavi from being 190 mph plus is the storm itself. I think you're right on that. Just its size is really preventing that. And its Iowa replacement cycles. So it's really all its internal structure. All right. Get just super photogenic, super typhoon. It's kind of cool that you can start seeing that moat. Well, since the 18Z Google DeepMind ensembles are out, kind of curious. Okay, the 5-day forecast is still calling it for it to be a high-end Cat 2 or mid-range Cat 2. Curious what the other ensemble, other storms are looking like. We can see a lot more signals in the western or in the across the North Pacific Ocean, and also something in the Atlantic. A little bit of hints of that. That's pretty interesting to see. Yeah, the Eastern Pacific could see a hurricane during the next 2 weeks. Thank you, Misfortune, for all the points. Gonna have to look it up though more to like set that there. I knew it wasn't perfect, like you said, 21 north. I'm gonna copy and paste what you sent there. Thank you for that again, Misfortune. I'll use that, see if that's accurate. That does help, actually, just having all those numbers written down. I can easily try and like code something to connect all those dots, so thank you. Now, another thing I would like to look at here is going to be windy. And I want to look at the extreme forecast across the globe here. Any extreme heat events? Yep, some in portions of China, some in Africa, some even in South America, and even portions of the United Kingdom as well. In terms of wind, we obviously know what's our extreme wind going on right now over there. What about rain? Okay, yeah, that's some record rainfall happening where the system's located. Let me turn off this. Yeah, flooding's going to be a concern. You can see even for the portions of the Philippines. Right along here, very heavy rain across the Philippines. But before that, of course, we talked about the dry air that's going to be bringing in. Look at all that. It's going to be dry in the Philippines before it gets wet. Pretty dry in the Bay of Bengal. Interesting. Oh, and then maybe some Saharan dust moving off towards Florida, towards my area. Do you think of adding the Philippine Air Responsibility to your forecast map tomorrow? I don't know. I'm going to be mainly working on the 2020 hurricane season animation. Maybe some reanalysis to figure out this storm and then other things like that. So I don't think so. Is the another system in the Western Pacific impacting the Mariana Islands again? Good question. Fortunately, it looks like a ridge of high pressures going to be dominating over there. Okay, after this system passes through, I want you to pay attention to the Mariana Islands, okay? As the system passes through, right through here, notice that ridge of high pressure builds over the Marianas. That's what keeps the system going west into the south of the Mariana Islands. So I don't think they're going to really see much impacts from the system, fortunately. Right. Interesting to see what the various model runs want. And I kind of want to see how it's been trending over the last day. If I look at like day 5, how have things been trending here? Oops, let me do this one instead. It's been trending more to the northeast as that ridge looks like it's weakened some. Here's the earlier runs, then here's the later runs. If I'm guessing Bavi won't be retired if it doesn't landfall in China and Taiwan, I think it would get retired just for its impacts in the island of Rota. We'll see. I think that most systems, like Sinlaku, well, Sinlaku isn't retired yet because it happened this year. But I mean, I'm not sure about systems hitting the Mariana Islands if they've been retired, if they've struck at like Cat 5 intensity like U2. I don't know where U2 went afterwards though. Well, unfortunately, it seems like that's going to be all the time for this update. I'm going to be going over a brief overview again of what's going to be happening. Again, Super Typhoon Bavi is going to be moving into the Philippine area of responsibility over the next 48 hours, weakening to a Cat 4, then re-intensifying into a Cat 5. Then it will likely weaken back down to a Cat 4 by around day 3, down to a Cat 3 by day 4, and down to a Cat 2 by day 5. The system is going to be hooking off to the northwest as we get from day 3 to day 5. There will be another update tomorrow. I'm going to be doing another live stream tomorrow, potentially around the same time. And then we'll be able to see how the impacts have shifted. A lot of these areas could be added in the moderate impact category, and potentially Taiwan could be seeing major impacts. In terms of the Philippines, though, we could be seeing moderate impacts highlighted for Mindoro. Not quite sure what it's going to be looking like, so that's why you'll want to be tuning in for the updates, which will likely be coming out tomorrow. Again, I'll be releasing a forecast cone for these systems, so you can follow me on my socials, my Instagram, or well, I don't post it on Instagram, but if you haven't already, also you can follow me on Instagram at Hurricane Chaser Chase. That really helps me out a lot. And you can see what I do in my life, my local storm chases and things like that, all the fun I have. Give me a brag roll, I get 300 XP in this stream. That's impressive, I think. Let me look at the top fans. You're, of course, the top fan there, 300 XP. Richie and Layton also top fans there, number 2 and 3. Mammerge, Burling Meng, Luke, Dark Steve, Sin, Gwyn, Tuggers, and Michael Gonzalez all in the top 10 in terms of top fans for this stream. Don't know what it does exactly, but it's pretty cool. Bagasa has updated. Let's take a look at it. Have they issued a forecast cone or what? What's the update looking like? Yeah, so what does that mean? What are they showing? I'm not really seeing an update. All I'm seeing is 57 minutes ago. Where are you seeing it? Of course, members, and thank you so much for watching. This really does help out the channel a lot and help keeps other people informed as well. Forecast cone, where is it? Let me check my Discord server if somebody sent it there. Nope, that's not the forecast cone. Pagasa website. Okay. I'll go back to this. Pagasa advisory. Does this mean that they're starting to issue cones? Correct me if I'm a little wrong. Is this going to be their first cone? Okay, yeah, it is. Their advisory number 1 is calling for it. Okay, yeah, so this is their first update. Thank you for pointing that out. Super typhoon winds of 250 kilometers an hour, supposed to sustain that throughout the next 36 hours, or it's 205 kilometers. Then it's expected to strengthen and remain 215 kilometers an hour throughout the 36-hour forecast period. Weakens down to 205 kilometers an hour by around 48 hours out. Remain 195 kilometers an hour through hour 72. Still a super typhoon by day 4 in the Philippine Area Responsibility. Day 5, it does weaken to a high-end typhoon at 175 kilometers an hour, which is interesting. For land hazards, despite the low chance of landfall over parts of Luzon, considering the intensity and the extent of strong winds from the center of Super Typhoon Bavi, wind signals may be raised over the northern and eastern portions of northern Luzon, earliest on Tuesday night or Wednesday morning. With the highest wind signal throughout the passage is likely signal 2 or 3. Due to the uncertainty in terms of wind radius of strong winds, the possibility of raising wind signals over the eastern portions of southern Luzon and Visayas is not ruled out. Gusty conditions over most parts of the country are likely to begin tomorrow and Wednesday due to the southwesterly monsoon. The enhanced southwest monsoon and the tropical cyclone will also bring heavy rains to the northern and western portions of the country. A weather advisory may be issued in anticipation of these heavy rains. All right, so that's what it's looking like. Interesting. Strong to typhoon force winds extend up to 800 kilometers away from the center. Look at the size of that system. All right. Well, again, thank you all so much for watching. Again, the next update, since we're Code Black, will be tomorrow. Who will I be seeing in tomorrow's live stream? Hoping to do it at around the same time or so? Ruchi, I know I will see you there. All right. Well, again, in terms of the updates, there will be an update tomorrow. I will be posting a forecast cone on this system tomorrow. But I'm going to be doing lots of animating. But I will release the forecast cone. Probably by around 4 o'clock. That would be 4 p.m. my time, so that'd be around 6 a.m. tomorrow Standard Time. I hope to see you all there. Thank you all so much for watching this stream. Really appreciate it. This is one of my largest streams. Again, I think this is my fourth largest stream, second most popular storm, beating Fung Wong. So again, thank you all so much for watching. Yes, members, I hope to see you there as well. And was the last Code Black before Christina? Not sure. I could briefly check that out. Before Christina was going to be Kalmagi. Well, again, thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you all in the next update. Stay safe.